Hello guys, and welcome back to another video. For today's video we're going to be building a clone of WhatsApp, and we're going to be using React Native as always, also Expo. And for this we are also going to use Firebase, and we are going to use the latest version of the SDK, which is the version 9. So you also will be learning the new version of that SDK. So what are the features of this app? You will be able to manage authentication. We will also be using React Navigation to navigate between pages, tabs. We also have image uploads, and we will be accessing the contacts of the phone. So it's just like in WhatsApp, you will just access your contacts to have new rooms, and those rooms are going to be private, so are going to be completely secure. We're going to use Firebase rules for that, so you also will be learning that. Let me show you, let me give you a quick demo of the application. So right here I have two emulators. One is a Pixel and one is a Nexus. So here I am already signed in, so let me sign up to see how that process goes. So here I can select an email. So we're going to be using email for this because I didn't want to complicate this too much, but it works the same even though we are using email. It's the same in this case. So I'm going to have, like, this is going to be Nexus 3 because this is the third account that I have for this phone, and I can say test.com, and the password is of course going to be very secure. And now I sign up into the application. So now I can provide a profile picture. So I can click here and it will ask me for permission to take pictures, of course. So I will allow while using the app. And now I can access the camera. So because this is an emulator, of course it's not a real camera, but it works for this. I can just take a picture like this. And we have a preview, and now I can say my name. So my name is going to be Nexus 3, and we should be ready. We should be ready for the next part because I am in the home screen. I need expo. Well, the application needs access to the contacts, as I mentioned, so we're going to allow that. And now we are in the same page. So from this phone that has a different account, I'm going to click here. So these are the contacts on my phone, and it's using the email for picking up those images. So because we uploaded this image here, it's showing up here. And now we can just simply say hi. Hi, Nexus. And this is going to create a new room, a private room between those two emails. So now we can chat. And well, as you would expect, you have real-time updates. One thing we can also do here is we can attach images. So let me do that. I can again take a picture here and I can send it, and it's going to upload that image and it's going to display that as a message. So you can see that it's in both places, and we can click here to see it. And another way to send an image is just like in WhatsApp. We can go to this tab, and here we can take a picture, and once we do that we can select the contact that we want to send that to, and it's going to upload that image and send it to the user, and we can see it right here. So yeah, that's that's the app that we're going to be building today. And maybe does not look like, but there's a ton of things going on here, and I would really appreciate if you can subscribe to the channel so we can have more free content like this in the future. It takes a lot of work, and it really helps me if you share and support the channel. So now that we know what we're building, let's start with the app. Okay, so first we need to install the expo CLI. So open a terminal, make sure you also have Node.js. It's very important for this. And then we can just install the expo CLI globally like this, npm install -- global expo CLI. So this will install the latest version of the expo CLI in your computer. It will take a while, so I will come back later. Okay, now we're going to go into a folder that we want to start this project, and we're going to be doing things a little bit different. Instead of using the CLI to install the packages and create a project, we are just going to grab the starter code from the GitHub repository. So the link is going to be in the description. And why are we doing this? Is because React Native changes a lot and the environments, and we are going to using a bunch of packages. So I want to make sure that we are using the right version for this tutorial, so you don't have run into any weird problems that the packages is no longer compatible. So that's why we are using that method. So if we go to the link right here, is the link for the starter project. So make sure you are in the branch that says starter, and you can grab the code however you want it. You can download the zip, or you can clone it using SSH or HTTPS. So I'm going to use this method. And also make sure that you have Git in your system. Well, most of the systems have Git, and if you don't have Git, for example in Windows, make sure to install that, and then you can just git clone and use the method that you have for cloning. And now we can just paste that URL. So that is going to clone that repository, and now we can just cd into that project. In this case is WP clone, WhatsApp clone, and here we are in the project. So now I can open this with VS Code. You can do it with the Finder if you don't have the code CLI, but because I have the code CLI, I can just type code that, and that's going to open. So what we have in this project is we have a pack of assets that we're going to use, is some icons for WhatsApp, and well, it's just like the starter project from Expo. I didn't change anything. The only thing that we have here is that we have all of these dependencies that we are going to use. So let me explain what are those dependencies. So here I have some nodes. So we have React. All of this is just for React navigation. So first we have some packages for the stack navigation. So this is the navigation that you do between screens. It's like the most common navigation that you have for React navigation. So we have the stack package. We also have this mask view and this gesture handler. So all of this is for the stack navigation. Then we also have some dependencies for some top tabs navigation, and this is what we are going to have for changing tabs inside the app. So here we have material top tabs from React navigation tab view, and also React Native pager view. And then we have the core packages for React navigation. So we have React Navigation Native, and these other packages that are needed for that. Then we have some expo packages. So we have expo as asset that allow us to manage assets asynchronous for the app. So it's not like some weird loading. Then we have expo constants that is really handy for using constants across the project. And then we have expo contacts, and expo contacts is just a way to access the contacts of the phone using expo. We have expo image picker, so that's for selecting the camera, and also we can select images inside the phone. And then we have the expo status bar, that is just for having information about that status bar. Then we have Firebase, and as I mentioned, we're going to use the 9th version of Firebase. And here we have some utilities. So we are going to use nano ID, and that's for generating random IDs. We also need these get random values for make use of nano ID. We have React Native Easy Grid, so it's just a convenient way to have layouts inside React Native. Then we're also going to use React Native Gifted Chat. So this is a really nice package for handling chat components. And we have React Native Imagine Viewing, and that's the thing that we're going to use once we click into an image to make it bigger. So these are all of the dependencies that we're going to be using, and as you can see, there's a lot of dependencies. So that's why I highly recommend you that you just clone the repo that has all the versions that are going to work with this version of Expo. So we're using the latest version that came out like a week ago, and that's the 43 version. So yeah, that's mainly it. If for some reason you want to do it by yourself, you can, expo init your project and then install all of this with expo install. But depending on the time that you are following this tutorial, that might not work. One thing is that every once in a while the expo SDK the expo client is not going to work for this version. So just make sure that when you install the expo client, make sure that it works for this version. So I don't know, if you're seeing this in like a year or 2 years in the future, make sure to install a expo client that's compatible with this version. So that's all for the dependencies. So now you want to open a terminal. So open the terminal in VS Code or in another terminal that you want. And now we can either use npm or yarn or whatever package manager you have in your system to install. So because I have yarn, I'm going to yarn install the dependencies, and what for npm it will be the same, but just npm install. And this is going to grab that package.json and it's going to install all of the versions for this project. So it will take a while, so I will go back once everything is installed. Now let's talk about emulators and how we can display this into your development environment. So what you will need is at least 2 devices that you can test this app. And I recommend you that because it's a chat application, so you want to make sure that both devices can connect with each other. You can do it in one device, that's going to be more difficult because you will have to log out from one account to another. So what I recommend you, and this is what I will use for this tutorial, is to have 2 different Android emulators or iOS emulators in your computer. So in that way you can easily test that inside your computer. So what I have here is I already installed Android Studio. So Android Studio is the easiest way to have Android emulators. So if you already have installed that, you can just go to configure and you can go to AVD manager. And here you're going to have all of the devices that you have for installed. So if you don't have any, you can just create a virtual device and make sure that it's one of the latest versions of Android. In this case, I'm using Android 11 for these devices. So once you have those devices, you can just store them. So you can just click here and it's going to install every one of, well, this is the demo app. And I can also launch this one. And let me close these things. So this is going to be the easiest way to test the application. And you can have just 2 devices open for communicating between, well, once we need that, we can launch both devices. Another option is that you can use the expo client in your phone. So, and you can have like an emulator because it can be a little bit hard for your computer to have 2 emulators open. So you can also have this in your phone. You can have 2 phones or 1 phone and 1 emulator, and you can install the expo client, and that's going to be a little bit more inconvenient, but that's another option. So the other thing is that you want to have as a setup is that you want to have contacts that match for testing. For example, let me explain. So here, well, is we also have the contacts functionality in most of the emulators. So if I click here, I have 3 contacts, and here I think I just have 1 contact. And what these contacts need to have is that they need to have a name. Sorry. So if I go here, I can see, for example, this one. So this contact has a name, and it also has an email. So that's the 2 requisites that they need to have. So if I edit here, I can see it has the name and just has 1 email. There's no need that the contact has a phone number, and that's because we are not going to use phone numbers to communicate. We're to identify the contact. We're just going to use the email. So make sure you have that. So what I mean by matching contacts is, for example, this has nexus.test.com, which is this one. And if I click this one, you can see that this has pixel.test.com. So it has the contact of this phone. So once we sign up into the app, we're going to use, for example, this one is going to register as pixel.test.com, and this one is going to register as nexus.test.com. In that way, we can communicate with each other. So make sure you have matched contacts that can communicate. So, and now we can go back to the project, to the VS Code project, and we can just launch this to see if this is working. So yarn start or npm run start, depending on what you have. And this is going to start a developer server for these emulators. So here you can see that we have this right here, and it's communicating between LAN. And if you're using your phone, you can just install the expo client from the Play Store of the App Store. Well, not from the App Store, but from the Play Store, and you can scan this code and it will launch. So since I'm using an emulator, I can just run on device emulator, and if this is the first time, it's going to install the expo client on those emulators, because I already have the expo client here, is not going to do that. So how you do it for having the expo client in both phones? So you can close one emulator, right? And you can, well, this already has, but you can click again here, and that's going to install the client inside the other emulator that didn't have the client. So now that is showing right here. And how can I run both emulators at the same time with the app? So let me open the other emulator, and let me close this. So how can I have both projects for both emulators? So I can copy this URL, click to copy to clipboard. I can copy it, and now if I open the expo app that's installed here, I can just open here from the clipboard. So I can click here, and it's going to have, and here we can have that we have both logs for each phone. So now if I change something into my app, what we can change. So if we go here, I will close this, and I can say hello world, and you can see that it refreshed in both emulators. And if you have your home, it will work the same way. So you can close one emulator for now, because we're still not communicating between both devices, but make sure that you have that set up. Finally, we need to set up Firebase. and we are going to create a new project. So go to console.firebase.google.com, and here you will be able to add a new. Well, you can give it whatever name you want. I will just give it this one. I'm not going to use Google Analytics for this one, and now we should be good to go with Firebase. So while this is being created, we can go back to the project. In the root of the project, we are going to create a new file called firebase.js, and here we are going to have all of the setup that we need for the project. So now here we need to add a new application. So it's going to be the React Native client, right? And we can just register that app, and this should give us some boilerplate that we can just copy. And we are going to copy that into the file that we created. I will remove all of this. And yeah, and now we have Firebase set up. We are going to add a bunch of more things here, but this should be good for now. Also, once we are here, we are going to enable authentication. So we need to click here, and here we can just add the email and password provider like this, and we can just save that. Next, if we go to the storage part of this, we're also going to enable firestore, and here we can click next and make sure you choose a location that's close of where you're located. It's best practice to have that, and that's going to create a new bucket, because we're also going to store images. So that's one thing, and the other thing we need to enable is that we need to enable the firestore database. So let's go here, and here we can create a new database. We're going to use start in production mode, so that's okay. And here is the same location that we have for our storage bucket. So now we should be done with firestore and Firebase. Alright, so here we can now start. Okay, so as you can see, this looks a little bit different of previous versions of Firebase. So this is the new way of dealing with Firebase. Instead of importing everything, now we need to grab these modulars imports. So in that way, the bundle size is not going to increase, which is great. And we have the app, and I'm going to export that app like this, so we can use that app in other parts of the code base. And I'm also going to initialize the authentication. So for that, I'm going to say export const out equals, and here we're going to import from Firebase /out like this. We can grab this get out function, so that's going to initialize the authentication, and here we can say get out and here we need to pass the application like this. So now we have access to the out object, and we're going to do the same for the storage, const storage like this. And you guessed it, we also have a get storage function. We need to, of course, import that. So import from Firebase /storage. We can import the get storage, and you guessed it, this also takes the app as a parameter. Okay, so now I also need to initialize firestore. So we can just export const well, we can call it db like this. And here we also have a function that's called get firestore, but we are also going to use a different function for this one. So from Firebase / firestore like this, we're going to, instead of using get firestore, we're going to use initialize firestore. And the reason is that there's certain configuration that we need to tweak here. So the first parameter is going to be the app, but this one also has like a settings object, and here we are going to use this option called experimental force long polling, this one. So I find out that for some reason this new version is not working on the emulators. I don't know if it's just in my system. If you don't have an issue, you can just use get firestore, but I'm having these issues, so I need to use this option that's supposed to allow us to make firestore work, right? So that's why I need to do it in this way. Okay, so and since I am here, I will also set up some methods that I want to set up here, so I can export function. I'm going to have some methods that we are going to use later. For example, this sign in method is going to take an email and a password as parameters, and here we're going to return signed in with email and password. So this is coming from here, sign in with email and password. And it's just a way, because everything is modular, we have to pass the out object here. This out object needs to be here, so it's more convenient to have it in one place, so we don't have to import that everywhere. And here we also need the email, and we also need the password that's coming from here. And we're going to do the same for the sign up. So export function sign up is going to have also an email and a password. And here we're just going to return sign, well, it's create user with email and password, and this one also comes from here, and it's the same. It takes the out object, it takes the email and takes the password. So that's the setup that we are going to have for Firebase. Now we can go to the app.js file, and here I can start working in the app. And we're going to start by defining like a main function that's going to import everything. So let me have it right here, so I can say function main. So this is going to be the main function for our app, and here I'm going to use the assets from. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to preload the assets, right? So we have a bunch of assets here. There are some images, and we can do that by using a hook that's from expo assets. From expo asset, we are going to use this hook called use assets. So, and now we can just say something like const assets equals use assets. And here we're just going to have a lot of parameters for every of the assets that we need. So we first need an asset for this icon square. So this is right here, is just an icon for the user, and we also need another argument for the chat BG. So this is the background for each chat. It's an image. We also have another user icon, and we have an image for welcoming the users. So those are the assets that we have. And here we are going to say if the assets, if we don't have assets yet, so what does that mean? Is that the app is loading. So we are just going to return some text, and this text is just going to say loading. And if that's not the case, we are just going to return our application. That's right here, right above us. Oops. So we declare that, but now we are exporting by default this main app. So what I will do is I will just declare this like this, function app, and I'm going to by default export. The default export is going to be this main app, right? So this main app is just loading the assets and then is returning the main app that we have right here. So let me set up this in a way that we can see it like this, and I can have it like this, so we can see both things. And this is a little bit too big, so let me, I think that's okay. So we don't have to have it super big, but yeah. Now we need to structure the app so we can have like some loading states for authentication. So I'm going to do this manually. We used to have like some hooks, really nice hooks for doing this, but with the new version, that is not updated. So we can do it manually. I'm going to declare some state. So it's going to say in the app component, I'm going to say current user, set current user, and this is just going to use the state, the hook from React, and we need to import that use state. So the initial value is going to be null. And then I'm going to have like some loading status. So, and I'm going to say set loading. And for this one, we're also going to have some state, and the initial state is going to be true. So now we are also going to use another hook called use effect. And inside this use effect, we are going to subscribe to Firebase, so we can listen when the user signs in or signs out from the application, and it's going to receive a callback. And because we just want to run this the first time, we're going to have an empty array for dependencies of this hook. That's how it works. So here you add dependencies of variables or state that you want to react. So because this is the first load, we are passing an empty array. Then I can declare this as unsubscribe. So I'm declaring this storing this in a variable, so I can unsubscribe from this listener when the component unmounts. That's a good practice to do. And now we need to import the method that we need to listen to the authentication changes. So import from Firebase/auth. And right here we are going to import the auth state changed. So that's the function that we need, right? So here we are going to use that, and this function now takes us the first parameter. It needs to be the auth instance. So we have this auth instance in the folder in the file that we created before. We are exporting that, and now we can just use it here, and then we can have the callback that's going to be called every time this changes. So we are going to have a user right here we can set the loading state to false, and if we have a user, if we do have a user, because it could be possible that we don't have a user, we are going to set the current user to that user, just like that. And then this use effect can return, and what it's going to return is this is a function that's going just to call this unsubscribe method. So we are cleaning up the subscription here. So now we can display something to see what's going on here. So I can say, I don't know, we're going to JSON that stringify the user, the current user. And below this I can say if this is loading, I can return some JSX with like this. Again, I can just say loading. If I save, okay, so you can see that we have null because there's no user currently. We have this warning, and I did some research here, and seems that this is coming from Firebase Authentication. So at the moment they are using the React Native async storage, and that package was removed from the code of React Native. So now it's in another place, and seems that it's already not resolved that issue. And in the future, seems that we are going to be able to plug a specific persistent method for authentication, but right now we don't have that yet. So what I'm going to do is from React Native, I'm going to import the log box, and I'm going to ignore two logs. So the first one is this one called setting a timer, and this is a long issue that's been in React, in Expo and React Native for Firebase, is that once you use firestore, is going to show this issue, this warning. So that this is for firestore, and this one is for authentication. You can add those ignores as an array in case you don't want to see that present in the screen all the time. So yeah, as I mentioned, there's nothing right now that we can do about it. It's just how it works now. In the future it might be solved. So now we are not going to see that here, but you will still probably see that warning in the console. So yeah, just be aware of that. Okay, so now we can have some special conditions to display certain things depending of if there's a user or there's not a user. And for that we are going to use React Navigation. So we first need to have like everything in a container for React Navigation. So I'm going to import that. So this is called from React Navigation native, like this. From this we are going to import the navigation container. So this is like a component that's going to wrap everything, and here I can just replace this component with that navigation container. So this is going to wrap everything. So now I'm also going to import another library from and this is going to be from React Navigation Stack. So this is the other, is a type of navigation that we can have. And here I'm going to have this create stack navigation. And what I can do now is I can, right here, I can say something like const stack equals create stack navigator. So this is going to be a component that we can use to start nesting navigations, and now we can use that in our application. So what we are going to do is we are going to have some logic here. We are going to use this syntax to check if there is a current user, and this is just a ternary operator that we can use to display certain components. So if we don't have a user, we are going to return one navigator. So let me just remove this. Alright, so if we don't have a user, we can use that stack declaration that we have, and we can say the stack navigator. So it's like a group of screens. And here we are going to have just one screen, this one screen, and it's going to have the name of signed in, like this. And as another property, we can pass a component. So this is the component that's going to be rendered for that screen. And this is kind of similar how React router works for React. There's certain things that are different, but well, it's kind of the same concept, I'll say. And the component is going to be this component called sign in. We don't have this component yet, but we're going to create that soon. Now, if there's a user, let's just say something for now, like let's display some text like hi user. So this is temporary. Let's focus on the login for now and the authentication part. And so it should give me an error because this doesn't exist yet. So I will create that in a folder. I'm going to create a new folder in the root of the project, and this is going to be called screens. And right here, I'm going to create that sign.js component. It will still crash because I haven't imported that yet. So here I'm using an extension called React Native Snippets. So that's why I can do React Native functional component, and it will generate some boilerplate for me. So for now, just display something like sign in. And let me change the indentation. And now here I can just import that sign in component from screens, like this, screens / sign in. Alright, so we have now that, and you can see that it doesn't look that great. So what we are going to do here, by the way, we don't need these styles. We can just remove them, and we can remove this status bar and this right here. Let's keep the view just in case. Okay, so we can pass some options to this container, and what's the option that we have? Screen options, like this. And the option that we want is that we want to not show the header, so the header shown is going to be false. So the header is not going to be present, so we have a blank screen. That's what we want. So now let's focus on this screen. Okay, before actually doing some work here, we are going to have like some theming. So because we're trying to mimic WhatsApp, it would be good to have like some brand colors that we can share across components. And for that, I'm going to create a new file called utils.js, and this is going to be on the root of the project. So right here, I'm going to have, and I'm just going to copy paste this And you can do it the same, or you can grab this code from the final result of the GitHub account. So yeah, these are just some themes that we have here that we can just use across, for example, across the project. We have some teal green, green dark, green lime, and these are the brand colors of WhatsApp. So that's I will advise you that either you can pause the video and copy all of this, or you can just grab the code from the source. And right, well, this is the palette, and this I'm just exporting that theme. And for the theme, I'm just using like different like background, foreground, primary, tertiary. So it's just like a design system kind of. So we don't have to like define individual colors. And I am exporting this. And well, it might not be needed, but I added this as a, I have this as a context. Yeah, so we can use this using context. So I wanted to have like dark colors, but I like a dark theme, but I didn't. Well, I wasn't able to finish it in time. So that's why we have everything in context. But if you want, you can just change the colors and have like a dark theme, and that should work with this context that we are going to have. So I'm going to create that folder called context, and here I'm going to have the context object. Well, just have it like this: context object. And here I am also going to have a context wrapper. And this is not just going to be for the theme, but for other things. But for now, it's just going to have the theme. So we're going to have import from React. We're going to import React, and we're going to import that theme from utils. And here we are going to have this global context object. And right now we only have the theme. So this is going to provide IntelliSense because we're importing like this, and we can just create that context with React, that create context, and then we can export that like this. So that's, well, this shouldn't be here. This is in the cut this and put it here in the context file. And the context wrapper, what's going to have is just we're going to import React from React. We are going to import that context from this context, and we're going to again import that theme from utils. Now we can just export the default, and here we're going to declare that context wrapper component. This is going to have some props, and we are just going to return, and what we are going to return is this context. So this is the context that we created, that provider is just a way to add that context to all the children of this function. So there's a syntax error here. So yeah, I need to say that this is a function, of course. Yeah, so this is a function, and here the children of this context is going to become from the props that children. So, and we need the value of that context. So this needs a value, and for now it's just going to be that theme that we had before, right? So it's going to provide to the children of this component is going to provide the theme. So now if I go back to the app component, what I'm going to do is I'm going to wrap all of our application with that context. So I can say a context wrapper. So that's going to import that for us. Make sure that's imported, and I can just wrap this inside this like this. And now all of the application should be able to access that context. And now if we go to the sign-in component, we can make use of those themes. So we're going to say something like this: const brackets equals, we're going to deconstruct that later. So here we need to have the use context hook, and that's coming from React. And here we need to pass the context. So the context is the one that we have here. Import context from context like this, and we can just pass this here. So now we have access to that, and here, as you remember, we have the theme, and we can also deconstruct another level like this, and we have access to the colors, and these are the colors that we are going to be using inside this component. Now we can declare a view and start giving it some style. So I can give it a style, and everything is going to be in the center like this, and also all the items are going to be in the center. Then we're going to have flex 1, so it expands in all this available space. And here we can say background color, and we can say use the theme that we have, and it's going to be colors that white. So yeah, that's just centering everything and making sure the background is white. Then we are going to have some text here, and we already have the text, and we're going to give it some style. And the style for this is that we're going to have a color, and again we're going to use the theme colors that foreground. That's the color that we're going to use for this, and it's going to have a font size of 24, and it's going to have a margin bottom of 20. The text is going to be like this: welcome to WhatsApp. Yeah, so we're just throwing the components here. Then we need an image, so we are going to import that from React Native, and here I can just grab that image, and we are going, and this image we can do it like this, and this image needs source. So the source is going to be, we're going to require, so we're just going to import that image directly, and we're going to use the assets folder, and here we have that welcome-emg.png, and we also need to give it a style. So let's give it a style of a width of 180 and a height of 180. And another property that we're going to use is this resize mode, and the resize mode is going to be equals to cover. So now if we save, we should have this nice image right here, and it's looking like we want it to look. Now we are going to have some inputs, so I'm just going to have another view, and this view is going to be for both inputs. Okay, so let's get a first style. So the style is going to be of margin top of 20 to have some separation. And here we are going to start with the inputs. So this is going to be a text input, and this comes from React Native, right? We have this component, and this text input is going to have a placeholder of email, and it's going to have a style of border bottom color, and here we're just going to use the colors.primary, and it's going to have a border bottom width of 2, and it's going to have a fixed width of 200 pixels. So yeah, that's going to be the first input, and well, I will give it an uppercase here. And then we're going to have another text input, so I will just copy this because it's almost the same, but what's going to change here is that we are going to have in the style a margin top of 20 to have some separation. And of course this is not going to be, say, email, it's going to say password like this. And also we need to have this as a security entry, security text entry, and that's equal to true. So the moment the user types, it doesn't show the password in the screen. Okay, now we need a button so we can submit this information. So let's just have a view, and here we're just going to have a button, and this comes from React Native, so make sure you import the button component, and let's quickly give it some style. So we're just going to send this a little bit to the button with a margin top of 20, and the button is just going to have a color of colors. That's secondary, so that's the, and a title, oops, this is here, and a title of sign up. So it just looks like this, which is exactly what we need. So let me add some state here so we can keep track of all of these things. So I'm going to use, for that I'm going to use use state hook. Oops. And we import that from React, and this is going to be an empty array, and what we have here is just an email value and a function to set that email. And here we're going to have the same but for the password, and here we can set mode as set password, and it's the same. And we are actually going to use another state, and this is for the mode, so we are going to switch between sign up and signed in. So we have just one component for both things, so we can just say set mode, and the initial value is going to be sign up like this. Okay, I'm also going to have a function for handling the press of the button, so it's going to be an async function, and to handle this press, so I can just say handle press, and what we are going to do is check the mode. So if the mode equals sign up, so if that's the case, we're going to await and sign up. So this is the function that we declared just before, the helper that we can use to sign up the user like this. And here we can take the email and a password, and if the mode equals sign in, so if that's the case, we can just wait for sign in, in method, and this also comes from that utility. And again, we can just pass the email and password here. So this is the function to handle the press of this button. And now we can keep track of these variables. So for this email, we just can say that the value comes from the state that we declared before. And this is just the email. Oops, this is not here. This should be here. And we need to update that state. So when on change text, so this is a function that we have for this component, we are going to set the email, and we can just pass this like this because we have the text as a callback here, so we can just have it like this. And the same for the password, so I will just copy these values and paste them here. And we need to change the state, so password, and this one is going to be set password. And now we also need to handle the touch of the button. So what we need here is just in the button we need a listener. So it's going to be on press, and once I use set press, we just pass a handle press function. So just like that. One thing is actually here we need to have something dynamic. So for the title, so if the mode is equals to sign up, so the mode from the state, so if that's true, we are going to return this string sign up. So if that's not the case, it means the user is logging in, so log in like that. So nothing changed here, that's okay. And also I'm going to add this disabled, and this is going to be disabled if there's not password or if there's no email. So the user needs to type to actually be able to press that up, right? So they need to type so they can submit something. What else? And finally, at the end of this, we are going to have a touchable opacity. So this is just like a element that we can touch, because we don't have on press for text. That's what we are going to have here. So and we are going to have some text. So the text is going to be dynamic. So if the mode equals sign up, oops, like this, sign up. So if this is true, so if this is the case, we're going to display this string that's going to say already have an account, sign in, right? Sign, and this is just some text that we're displaying if the user already has an account, so they can change the mode. So if they already have an account, sign in, and otherwise, so we add colon there for the ternary operator. So we can say don't have an account, sign up. So we have that, but let's add some style. So we can have some style in this opacity, and we can give it a margin top of 15. Then we can also have like an on press event. So this touchable opacity has this event, and here we're going to check if the mode equals sign up. So if this is true, we're going to change the mode to sign in. Otherwise, we are going to change the mode to sign up. And let's add here some style. So we're going just to give it some color. So we can say color, and we can grab the colors from the context. And this is going to be secondary text. So we have an error, too many re-renders. Yep, this is this is not correct. So we need to have a function. This is not a function. So the way we have a function, an anonymous function, we can have it like this, right? So in that case, we can execute different things depending of what we have. Yeah, so that now it works. Make sure that you have here a function so you can handle that press event. So we can just change the mode. So we are right now in sign up. We can change it to sign in, and it's not working. Let's see why it's not working. So we then sign up, set mode, sign in, otherwise set mode to sign up. Sign up here. So that I think this is not working. So we can press it, but it should change. Set mode, signed in. So maybe I made a typo. Yep, I made a typo. It's not sync up, it's signed. Sign up like this, right? So let's see if everything should be how it is. Yeah, we're not singing here. So if we click, yeah, now it changed. This is not, just change it to sign in. Alright, yeah, so that's working. And now we can just sign up to the app. So let's test it. We can say, which phone is this one? It's a Pixel. So we're going to use the accounts that I mentioned, so we can match those two phones. So this is going to be pixel.test.com, and the password is going to be our super secure password, and we can sign up. And it worked because right now we are in the page that we should be. So if we go here, remember that we have some state handlers here. So since this changed, we are redirected to this part of the app. Okay, now for this part, as you guessed it, we are not going to have this silly text here. When the user is signing it, we are going to have another stack navigator. So this is different. So we want to have different navigators because the user shouldn't be able to access this if he's not authenticated. So that's why we are going to have another one. And here we are also going to have a stack screen. And this one is going to be, so we're also going to have some logic here. So this one is going to be of name equals profile. It's the name of this screen. Then we have a component, and the component is a component that we have not created yet, but I'm just going to declare it. And this one also does not have a header, so it has a header shown of false. And this screen is only going to be present if the current user does not have a display name. So and this one is going to be the screen where the user is going to have his profile information, his name, and also his picture, his image. So, and make sure you add this ampersand like this. So only if the user does not have this information right here, we're going to display this. And for the rest of, we're just going to have a bunch of screens. So let's start just with this one that's going to be called home, like this. And we also have home. The name is home. And as options, we're going to pass a title, so we can give it a title. And this one does have a header. It's not like the previous one. So the title is going to be WhatsApp. And we need a component, so the component is going to be this home component that we don't have yet. So I will just have it here, and then we can come back to make it work as we want. And return, I'm just going to return some text. Hi, I have a profile. So because we don't have a profile yet, this should be displayed. This should display first. And lastly, for this part, let's add some options here in this screen navigator. So we have this screen options object, and we are going to have this header style property. So here we can add some custom style to the header. And what's going to be that is just going to have a background color. And here again we need our theme. So we can just, like before, have this from the context, cons brackets equals, and we need the use context. Make sure you import use context, and here we can just pass the context. I can just import it here. I will copy this and I will change this from context wrapper to context like this, right? And here I can just pass that context. Where is that? Okay, here. So I can just pass that context. And now we can access the theme, and we can also access the colors of that theme. Then in our background color, we can access the colors, and here we need the foreground color. Then we are going to have some shadow opacity of 0, because by default we have some shadows there, and we are going to change this elevation to 0, so it's not like in 3 dimensions. Then below this we are going to have another option, and this one is going to be for the header tint color. And the header, be aware that this is below this one, it's not inside the header style, it's another property in these options. And the tint color of the header is just going to be colors.white. Yeah, like this. So we have our options, and if I hit save, it should crash because we don't have the profile yet. So let's create that one, and let's go to screens. Let's add a new folder, a new file that's going to be profile.js, and here we can have used the snippets React Native functional component, and let's just add some dummy text here like hi profile. So now we can import that component, import profile from screens/profile, and now we have the profile here. So it's working. So it's not showing this because the user does not have the profile yet. So now we have this right here. So now let's start with this component, and we first are going to have well, this is going to be inside the React that fragment. So this fragment is just a dummy component that does not render anything to the screen, and we need this because React only accepts one component as a child, and here we are going to have 2 child components, and this component is going to be the status bar, and this comes from expo status bar. and we want that, so we are aware of that, and we're going to give it a style of auto. Yeah, so now it's merged with everything, and let's have now a view, so a view for everything else, and this is going to be inside a view. And here I'm going to have some text inside this. We have this text, and make sure you import the text component, and nothing changes, so let's give it some style here. So the style is we're just going to align the items to the center vertically and horizontally. So we need to also justify the content to the center. In that way we have everything in one place, and because we want to fill everything, we're going to have a flex of 1. Let me hide this. And now we have this in the center as we want it. Let's add some padding at the top, so we're going to have padding at the top, and this padding is going to come from constants, and these constants come from expo constants. So we have import from expo constants, and this how it is. Oh, it's just like this, right? Constants is the default export, and the padding at the top is going to be constants that status bar height. So we are aware of that status bar, and here we're going to add 20 more to this, 20 more pixels. And also we're going to have some padding everywhere of 20 pixels. Okay, so that's for that. Then we're going to have here, we're going to have this that's going to say profile info, and here we're also going to have some style, and the style is font size of 22. And we also need some color, and the color again is going to come from our theme that we have in the context, so we can just use that context, and here we are just going to pass that context like this context, or global context. You can give it whatever name you want. I will leave it like that because it seems to be easier to import it because I name it like that. So here we have the theme, and then we have the colors, and this is going to have colors that forward. So we have that like that. Then we need another chunk of text, so I will just copy this one. And this one has a different color, and it has colors that text, and the font size is of 14, and the margin top is going to be of 20. And what we need here is just some information. Please provide your name and an optional profile photo. So we have some information there. And now we are going to have a touchable opacity. So below this, we're just going to have a touchable opacity. Opacity. And this is going to be where you can pick a new image for your profile picture. So we are going to also have some state here, so let me do that now. We need some state, so we need first, we're going to have the display name, and this is going to be from the input of the user, set display name, and this is going to use the state, and here we need to pass an empty array. Then we also going to have a selected image, right, and set selected image, and this is and this is going to equal use state, and the default value is going to be null. So here we are going to have some logic. So if there's not a selected image, so if we don't have a selected image, which is going to be the default, so if we don't have that, we are going to have an icon, a nice icon, and for this we can use the material community. Well, let's just import it, and it's just right here. We can import that from expo icons. Import from expo vector icons, I think it's called. It's from here. So that expo / vector icons. So we have this already for our use. And here we are going to import the material community icons. This one is the one that we are going to use. So this is going to be something like this. So if there's not an image selected, we are going to display an icon. Otherwise, we are going to display an image. And that image comes from, that component comes from React Native. So make sure to import that. And let's add some properties to this. So what's going to be the name of this icon is going to be this, that's called camera plus. So this is the name that we have for this this is the icon that we are going to use. The colors, the color is going to be from our palette of colors, and it's just colors, that icon gray is like that. And then we also going to have a size of 45. So we have the icon right here, and we also going to have some style here, so it looks better. And the style for this is that we are going to have a margin top of 20, of 30. We're also going to have a border radius, and this is going to be a 120, so it looks like a circle. The width is going to be the same, so 120, and a height of 120 pixels. Then we're going to have a background color, and this colors comes from colors. That background, we are going to align the items to the center, and we're also going to justify the content to the center. Just like that, just like that, we have our icon, and we can touch it, but it doesn't do anything yet. And if we do have an image, so we're going to have as a source, and the source is going to be an URI, so a URL, and it's going to be that selected image. And let's give it some style. So the style is just going to be a width of 100%, so we need to have a string here, 100%, height of 100%. It's not going to be fixed, this, and a border radius of 120, which is the radius of this circle. Let's complete the components, and then we can go back on how we can select an image for this and how we can upload that image. So below this touch opacity, we're going to have another text input, and this input is going to have a placeholder of And it's just going to say type your name, right? It's going to be to have a value, and here we're going to use the state that we declared before, and the value is the display name. And when this changes, we're going to update that display name with this set display name function from the state. And the last thing that we need here is some style, and this style is just going to be like this. We're going to have a border, bottom, color, some color, and the color is going to be colors.primary. Then we need a margin top, and the margin top is going to be of 40. Then we need a border bottom width of 2. It's going to have that, and the width is going to be of the 100% of the device, minus the padding, of course. So it looks something like this, which is what we want. And just below this, we're going to have a button. So we're going to wrap this button with a view. And let's just have that button. Make sure to import the button from React Native. Then we're going to have a title of next. It's going to have some color, and the color is going to be the colors that secondary, just secondary, not secondary text. Then on press, we are going to have a function to handle that, handle press. We haven't declared that yet, but we are going to do that soon. And this is going to be disabled if there's not a display name. So this is only going to be able to submit once we have a display name here. One last thing here is that for the view, we're going to have some style, and style is just going to have some margin top, and the margin top is going to be of auto. So that's going to push this button to the end of the screen because we're using flex, and the width is going to be of 80. Like, oops, I shouldn't do this. Is with :80. Yep. Handle press. So it can't find this variable. So let's just have this as a function here. Handle press. So it's not going to be doing nothing for now, but it's just declared. And here we have our button, and this is just going to be able. We will be able to click it once we type something in here. So that's great. And now what we need is a way to pick some information, some photo for this. So we are going to have an utility, and we can go here to utils here, and we're going to have that here. And this is going to be an async function. It's going to be called pick image, and here we're going to have a result, and this is going to come from an image picker, and this image picker we are going to import from expo image picker. So here we have import start as image picker from, and this is coming from expo image picker. So here we have a method that's called launch camera asynchronous, and now we can return that result. So this is going to allow us to pick an image, and we can just, well, it's just a helper function that we have here, so we can use it everywhere. Another thing that we are going to have here is we are going to ask for permission. We're going to have this function here, and we're going to export that, and this one is going to have a status, and this is coming from awaiting from the image picker that requests camera permission asynchronous. So this is going to request to the user so we can access that and we can have this status. So we just declared that, but we're not using it, so we need to use that. And we're going to use that in our profile component, right? So let's import that. So let's import from that utils. We're going to import the big image function here. Well, I think if you just call it like this, it will just ask you for permission. So we can try just to have it like this. And once we press here in this icon, we should be able to select an image. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add another function that's going to be called handle profile picture. And here we're going to have a result, and this result comes from awaiting from this big image function. And if the result is not cancelled, so it could be cancelled. If that's not cancelled, we are going to set the selected image to the result. And now we can just pass this function to this touchable opacity, and we can say on press, and once the user presses this, it should handle that. So here is giving me an error because I didn't add the async keyword inside here. Alright, so now it should work, and it should ask me to so it's giving me this message, but just to be covered, let's make sure that we ask for permission first. So once this component renders, we are going to use the use effect for that. So if this renders, and for that we're going to pass an empty array here. So we are going to have how does this work? A status. We're going to have also some state that's going to say permission status, set permission status, and this is going to be an empty array first, or just not. And here we can have this status. So in this effect hook, we need to have an asynchronous function, and because use effects are not can't be asynchronous, we're going to have this function that invokes himself. So it's just two parentheses. So these are functions that can be invoked by themselves. It's kind of weird, but but we need to do this here. So we can just have an anonymous function here, and now we can have a synchronous code. So it's just like two parentheses together, and here we can have our anonymous function. And now we can just say status equals await ask for permission, and then we can set the permission status with that. So we are asking for permission first, so we can have some handlers here. So if there's not permission status, return, it means that this is, I don't know, loading. So we can have some text that says loading. And if permission status is different than granted, so we want to make sure that the user actually gives permission granted. I think it's like that. So we're going to return something that says something like you to allow this permission. Okay, so now let me close this. I will open this again, so now if I allow this, so it's working because the status is already granted. And if I reload this again, it shouldn't ask me again. Yeah, it shouldn't ask me again because the permission is already granted. And now we can continue. So if I click here, I should be able just to, well, I need to allow this again. I don't know why. Well, whatever. We now can take a picture of our profile picture, so it looks nice like this. And we did something wrong here. What's that? So here we are providing a source. Value for URI cannot be cast from readable native math to a string. So I think something like this should work. Let's try again. Still does not work. I'm just going to log this result to see what's inside there. So if I select, oops, seems that it doesn't work anymore. Let's see what's going on. So if oh, it works now. So it seems that we need to assign, I can change it here. So this selected image is going to be resolve.uri, right? And here we don't need to access that. Make sure that we are using this URI here. Okay, I'm just going to restore this to see if it works correctly. And if I click here, so it's right there, our nice profile picture. And finally, we need to upload everything. So this is going to be here. And for that, we are going to use this. We're going to use declare another utility here in our utils file. And this is going to be export. And we're doing it here because, again, it's a function that we need to reuse. And it's going to be upload image. So what's going to do this? I just took an example from the expo documentation, and I will just copy this because it's not some code that I wrote completely, but I can explain you what's doing. So I will just copy the code and paste it here, and then you can pause and, I don't know, copy line by one. So since we first need to have a blob, right? So we need to create a blob. So a blob is a kind of data that we can upload to Firebase. And seems that we need to use this method for some issues that happens with React Native and Expo. So we could use fetch, which is simpler, but because of this issue, we need to use this HTTP request XML, which is really odd, but it works. So what this is doing is just awaiting to a new promise. So we are creating a new promise that's going to resolve and reject And it's doing that because as this right here works with callbacks, it was before we had promises, so that's why we are wrapping this inside a promise. So we are declaring a new XHR, so it's an XML request. We're creating a new instance of this. Then once this is loaded, we're going to resolve the response of this right here. And if we have an error, we are just going to console that error and reject with a new error. We need to have the response type to bluff, and we are going to open this as or I don't know, like send it. It's kind of confusing, but we are just creating a request to create a bluff object, and for that we are using a get method, and we're passing this URI. So this is the URI that we need to provide, and yeah, it's just how it works. So this part I added, so this is not from expo, but we're going to have a file name, and if this file name is not provided, we're going to have a random string. So nanoid is a library that we need to import, so we are going to import from nanoid. We are going to import nanoid, and for using nanoid, we also need to import this, and we just import it like this React Native get random values, right? So we don't have to give it a name, we just import the code like this, and this is necessary because there's no crypto library inside React Native, and that's what this nanoid uses. So because of that, it uses this library to generate this random ID, and that's going to be the file of that name. Then we need to create a reference, and so for that we are going to use Firebase methods. So we need to import, as you can see, we need a storage, and we need this ref, and we also need this upload bytes. So let's import one by one. So first we're going to import from Firebase/storage. So what we're going to import from here, we're going to import this reference, so it's going to create a reference, then this upload bytes, so this is the function that's going to upload everything, and also this right here that says get download URL. So this is going to be directly from the package and from our Firebase utility, so the one that we created. From this we're going to import this storage instance. So this is the instance that we declare in Firebase, and as you can see, we first have this reference by passing the storage instance. Then we need to give it a path, so it's the place inside this bucket where it's going to be stored. So the path is going to come from the function, so we are later going to define that. Then we're going to give it a name, and because this is an image, we're giving it this extension. Then we're going to upload that, and we are adding some headers here like content type, and it's this format. And for this upload bytes, we are going to pass this image reference that we declared here. Then we can close this blob, so we need to close it. And so this is just going to upload everything, right? But we need some URL that we can access that file. So it is not enough that we just upload. We have to have a URL that we can have access. So for that, we are having this variable that's called snapshot, and we're using this. We're having this variable called URL. Then we're awaiting to this get download URL method from Firebase, and here we need to pass a reference. So we are not going to pass this reference because this is the reference that we are creating for upload. We're using the reference that's coming from this upload task, which is better because it's the real reference inside the bucket. And now we have the URL. So as finally we are returning that URL, we're returning an object that has a URL and a file name. In that way we can access this from outside this utility. And that's what we have. So it's giving me this error, but it shouldn't give me because I am already using React Native get random values. That's weird. Let me load it again to see if the error persists. Oh, I know what the issue is. So this should be imported first, right? We need to import first that React Native get random values, and then we can use nano ID for that. So now it should just work. Okay, so we're in this part, and we have our method for offloading that we need to pass a URI, a path, and a file name if we have to. So now we are going to take care of all of those things here in this handle press function. So what this is going to do is we first grab the current user. So how we can grab the current user? We can import from our Firebase utility. We can grab the out instance, and now we can say something like out current user. So this is going to grab the current user, and this user is coming from the storage, so we don't have to have like a global context or something like that. We can just grab it like here, and because we know at this stage the user is already defined, we are sure that this is not going to be nulls or something like that. And then I'm going to have this like this. I'm going to declare a variable that's going to say photo URL. Then if we do have a selected image, so if we do have that, we're going to await to this upload image utility that we just have in utils. And what we need here is we need the selected image, which is the URI, right? And we are going to give it a path. So what's going to be the path is just going to be, make sure to use template strings. So it's going to be something like images like this. We are going to use a dynamic value here, and here we can just use the user that unique ID, the ID of the user. So the path is going to be images. Then we're going to have a folder that has the name of the user, and here the name is just like this, and then the file name is going to be profile picture. So as you remember, this is going to give us a result. Remember? So what's the result of this? It's going to be a URL, the result of this operation. So if and we are going to assign that photo URL is going to equal that URL that we have from the result of this operation. So yeah, we're just uploading the photo and having an URL that we can store. And now we are going to define some user data. So we are going to say user data, and what's going to be the user data? The display name that we have in our state, and an email. And what's going to be the email? The email is just going to come from the current user, so what we grab with Firebase. And we know that this is going to be valid because this is the email that we require the user to log in. And if we do have a photo URL, so this is only going to be true if we upload that URL. So if this is true, then we are going to add another key to the user data, and the new key is going to be photo URL. Make sure that this URL is with uppercases. This is the syntax that we are going to use everywhere, and it's the syntax that uses Firebase, so that's why we have it like this. And the photo user data photo URL is just going to equal this one that we assigned here. So we have those things. So now what we are going to do is just going to wait, and we are going to have a promise that all. So in that way we promise that all. In that way we can have these two in parallel, these two tasks. So the first one is just going to be this update profile, and this comes from Firebase out. So you can see here that just got imported update profile from Firebase out. It's a function to update the profile of the user. So this is going to be the first one, and this is, we need to pass the user. So we have the user right here, and we have to pass the user the data that's going to be updated. So it's going to be this user data. So this is the first thing that we are going to do. And the other thing that we are going to do here is we need to pass a second element of this array. Is we need to create a new firestore document. So we are also going to keep that this information is going to be public, this profile, so everyone can see, you know, the name and the profile picture. So that's why we're also adding this information into firestore. So for that we can use this setDoc utility, and this is coming from Firebase /forward/firestore setDoc. And what this needs is it needs a doc reference, so we are going to have it like this. And as you can see, we also need to import this doc method. So that's how it works now, and we import that from the same thing, and this is going to be like the reference of that doc. And here we need to pass firestore and the instance. So we already have that in instance. It's called DB. So this is DB is coming from our Firebase utility. And what else we need here? And here we need the path. So the path can be, it's going to be, we can first have the collections. The collection is going to be called users. And here I can also give it an ID. Because we are using setDoc, we need to provide an ID. If we use addDoc, we don't need to provide an ID, but in this case it's really handy to provide an ID because we can just give it the user ID. So it's going to be user UID. So this is just the reference of the doc. But now we need to have the data of that doc. And what this is going to be is just going to be, we're going to spread that user data that we have before. And at the end of this, we're also going to add an UID just to have it there also. And it's going to be user.uid. And it's right here. So yeah, this is everything that we need to create a new profile. We're going to upload an image, we're going to grab an URL, then we are going to update that profile into the user, and then we're going to create a new record in this collection. So we have the user data there. We can save. And seems that this is not an async function, and it needs to be an async function. So make sure that you have an asynchronous function for this. So we can use await, and now it should work. So we can select this like that, and I am pixel, so I'm just going to give it that name. And now let's hope this works. So we have an error. Possible to handle problems rejection ID. 0. So let's just see if we have something here. So we don't have anything here, so we know that we have this user. Now if we go to the storage, let's see if we have the user profile. So that worked. That's working, and we have our nice image here. So what failed? So this worked. Then we have the user. So let me see. If I open this again and I go directly to here, it seems that this also worked. This first call worked. So seems what didn't work was this promise. And what we are going to do, we need to get rid of this bad state that we have right now. So I will just go here to the app, and I'm going to remove this so I can upload again this. So I don't see this screen because the profile of the user is not ready yet. So I can just click here. I'm going to refresh the application, and I should be seeing the profile again. So now we can debug this. So what's going on? It says that the user, this is failing. So let's check this again. So we have the user data, we have this object. I will just console.log this to see what's going on here. Console.log, and I'm going to log this. Let me do this. Pixel. So if I open this, we can see that this is valid. Yeah, this is totally valid. We have a display name. We have missing or insufficient permissions. So we're having an error from Firestore, and that may be because this should. So if we go to the console and we go to database and we go to rules. Oh, I see. So make sure. For now, we are going to have this rule that is for all of the documents, and so everyone can write into this if the request that out is different from null. So every user that's authenticated into the application can read or write to any document of this. So this is just a temporarily, and seems that by default everything was false. So that's why we were having these problems. So now I can just publish this. So it can take a minute to propagate. Let's just test it right now to see if this works. And if I click next, it seems that still not working. So let me just go back here. Oh, so the user is already there, which is good. Okay, everything is working. So now what we need to do is we need to first, so once this is completed, so you can see that maybe it will be good to have like an indicator that once this is being done, the user knows that this is loading, because it's going to take a bit to upload, because we need to upload that image. So you might want to add like a loader, but yeah, I'm not going to do that. So just a suggestion. And here what we need to do is we need to navigate to the next screen once this is completed. So how we can navigate between the screens? We can just use a hook from React Navigation, and this is called navigation, and we can just say use navigation, and this use navigation comes from React Navigation native, okay? And this is just a hook that we have here that we can use inside of our component. So now we can, once this is completed, we can use navigate navigation that navigate, and we can navigate to the home component, right? So this is what we are going to do, and it's showing me this again because remember that we changed this logic, so it needs to be negative like this. If we don't have a current user display name, we are going to display this. So yeah, now it should be like this, and the user has a profile. Just make sure that you add this after this is completed, so we are going to navigate to the next screen. So what we are going to do now is we need to have this home component, and this home component is just going to be the tab navigation that we have, where we can display different tabs. So let's create first a tab navigator, and we can do that by importing this create tab navigator from, so it's going to be import from React Navigation material of tabs, and here we have this create material of tab navigator. So this is the and we did something similar, so we just declare that, and we can just create the material tab navigator, and this is going to have the tabs for this, and here we can wrap everything inside this tab navigator. So we can say tab navigator. So this is the component that's going to wrap everything, and here we can have different tabs for each screen. So we're going to have a tab screen, and this is going to be similar to the other screens that we have. And so it's going to be tab screen, and in that way we have the screen. And here I'm just going to close that in just one declaration, and we need to give it like the other one's a name. So this one is going to be for the photo. So we're going to have two tabs, one for the photo, and we can have a component, and it's going to be photo like this. And then we can also have another tab, and this one is going to be for the chats. So I just going to have something like this. That's going to be chats, and here we can just pass this component that we don't have yet. So before saving, I'm going to import that here. So chats from screens, and we don't have the chats yet, but we're going to create it. And here the photo screen, and before saving I'm going to create those screens. So here chats.js, and we can have a React Native functional component. And what this is, it's not chat, is chats like this, chats, right? So React Native functional component, we can just have some text right here, and another screen for the photo. So photo.js, React Native functional component, and we can have something like this photo. Now that we created that in app.js, we can safely save, and we should be able to see some tabs right here, and this is for all of the things that we're going to have here. and well, it doesn't look like React, so we are going to customize this, and we can do this inside this navigator. So here we can have some screen options, and this is going to be an object, and it can be an object or it can also be it can be an object, but it can also be a function. Yep, right, a function that returns. It has a route option here, and we can return different options based on that route. So we are using that route because we want to have different logic depending on which route we are, because here we're going to display an icon and here we are going to display something different. So that's why we have it like that. And here we can just return an object. So, and this object is going to have different options. So what we are going to change is the tab bar label. So the label is going to be different depending on which route we are, and here again we can return a function. So we are going to make some checks. If the route that name equals photo, so if we are in the photo label, we are going to return, and here we're going to return that icon that we have, that we are going to have here. So we are going to import from expo vector icons. We are going to import the ionic icons, so these ones looks close enough to what we want here. So here we are going to return that ionic icon. It's going to have a name of camera, so that's the icon we want, and it's going to have a size of 20, and it's going to have a color. And here we are again going to use the context to have access to those colors. So we can use the context, and I think the context here is called context, like this. So this is how we import that here. And where I am, and here I can access the theme, and then I can access the colors. So here the color for this is just going to be colors.white. So if we are in that route, we're going to return that, and if we're in other routes, we're just going to return. And this label is we're going to do it manually. We're going to have some text, and here we are going to have the route, that name, and to uppercase, so everything is in uppercase. And the text for this, we're going to have some style. The style is just the color that we're going to use here, and again it's just colors.white. So if we save, we can't see anything because the background is white. Let me erase this. So where we can change that is just below this label. Here we have access to more options. So we have tab bar show icon. So we need to display the icon. We're going to set that to true. Then we're going to change the tab bar label style, and we are going to give it the color of colors.white. Then we need to change the name, the style of the indicator. So we have tab bar indicator style, and here the indicator is going to be white. So it's going to be have the background color of colors that white. And finally, we're going to have the tab bar style, so of the whole container. And here we're going to change the background color to colors that foreground. So now if we hit save, you can see that now it looks how we want it to look. So one last thing is at the level of this. So after these options, script options, we can have an initial route name. So it's not going to be the photo screen. It's going to be the chats screen. So that's going to be the screen by default. So it's going to be this one, the initial one. So we have our tabs. So now we need to display something here. So let's start with this chats component. So let's open that chats component. And here we are going to do some magic. Okay, so we need to do a lot of things in this component. So let's start with, we are going to query all of the rooms that we have for this user. So we are going to do that using Firebase, and we are going to store those rooms into the context, the global context, so we can use those rooms in other places. And so what we're going to do first is go into the context that we have. So right now we only have the theme, but we are going to declare two more functions. And the first function is going to be called rooms, and the other function is going to be set rooms. Well, this is an array, not a function. And right here we are just going to have something like this, a default value, and it's just going to be an empty function, so we know this is a function. And if we go to the context wrapper, here is where we are going to have some state, so we can control those rooms. So we are going to have const rooms and set rooms, and this is going to equal use state. Oops. And we need to import that from React. The initial value is going to be an empty array, and now we can pass that into this value object. So we can just pass the rooms and set rooms like this. So now we can assign those values to the context. And so we need to go back to the chats screen. And what we are going to do here in this chats screen is we're going to create this query that's going to query for those rooms. So let me just call it chats query, and this is going to equal query, and this query function comes from Firestore. You can see it right here. So this is the new way of making queries, and here we need to pass the query itself. So the first argument is going to be a collection. So again, we need to import the collection method from Firestore, and this needs the Firestore instance. So we are going to pass our instance right here that we have from our utility. Then we need to have the path of that collection, so that collection is going to be called rooms. So the second argument needs to be the constraints, so the different kind of filters and clauses that we have to make queries. So now we need to use this where method. So this comes again from Firestore. Where, and what's going to be the condition? We're going to have a property that's going to be called participants array. It's just going to be an array that has all of the participants for this room. And we are going to check for this condition that's called array contains. So we are going to make sure that this array contains, and what's going to contain is going to contain, we need to grab the user. So we're going to take the user from the auth method that we have here from Firebase, from our utility, and here we have something called, as you remember, current user. And here we're going to check that the current user, that email is present in this property called participants array. So this property is going to be created once we initiate a new room. So that's going to be later, but for now we are just going to declare this query here. So nothing is happening because of course we are not doing nothing. We're not doing anything with that query. The other thing is that we are going to use the context. So we have our context, and we can just use context. We need to import that, and here I'm going to pass that global context that we have here, and here we are going to read from the rooms, and we're also set the rooms. So I think there's an issue here in the global context, so let me fix that. Is that here is not room, it needs to be rooms, like this. Okay, so that was not correct. So now we can use that context. So we're not going to do it right away. We first need to make this query. So for that, we're going just to have an effect that's going to be, and remember to import the effect hook from React. And this effect is going to be called a first render, so that's why this is empty. And what this effect is going to do something similar that we did before. So we need to declare an unsubscribe method here, a variable that's going to be coming from this onSnapshot. So we need to use this onSnapshot method from firestore. And what this takes is the query or the reference. So the query is this that we have called chats query. And then we have access to that query snapshot object in a callback. So we have now, we are able to read this. We are going to say something like const parsed chats. So we're going to parse those chats. So we can take this snapshot, and here we're going to have an array of documents, and with this we can filter. So we are not going to display everything. We are just going to display, because the moment you select a contact, in that moment the room is going to be created. But we just want to display the room if there's actually a message there. So that's why we're going to filter. So we first need to grab that doc, and we are going to take that doc, and we need to use this data method so we can access the data of that document. And we're going to check only the documents that has this property called last message. So this might not make too much sense now, but it will make more sense in the future once we create those documents. So we have this parsed chat. We're first filtering. So now that we have filtered that, then we're going to map this document, and so we are just going to transform this document in a way that we can use it. So we are going to return an object like this. So to return directly an object, you can just use parentheses, and this is going to return that object. And what this object is going to, we're going to spread the doc, that data. Then this is going to have an ID, and this is going to be the doc.id. This is a property that the document has. And also it's going to have another user. So we are going to map this, say that this is the user B, and what this is going to be what's the user B. So this document is going to have an array of participants that has all the data of that participant. So we can access that data. And here, this document is going to have these participants property that's an array. So because that's an array, we can find in this array. And what we need to find is because this room is going to have two participants, right? So we want to find the user that's not the current user. So it's the other user. So that's why we are calling it the user B in this case. So the user B is going to be the participant which email is different. So the email of that participant is different of the current user that email. So yeah, we're just mapping data. That's all what we are doing. We're grabbing everything for that document, we're adding an ID, and we're saying that the user B, or the other user, is the user that the email is different from this current user. And once we have this parse data, we can just say set rooms, and this set rooms is from the context. So we're going to set the rooms with those parsed chats. So we are using this parsed chats. This, make sure that this is inside this. So I think it needs to be here. Yep. Okay, so we are setting those chats, and now we need to unsubscribe from that subscription. So we can return a function that executes that unsubscribe method that we have here. Alright, so we are just querying, and of course we don't have anything yet, but we're going to have in the future that. And so now let's display something relevant here. And first let's style this view. So this view is going to have a style of flex of 1. So if it covers everything, we're just going to add some padding of 5 and a little bit more padding to the right. So padding right. And this is going to have a padding right of 10. Okay, so here we're going to display like a list item with all of the chats. But first we're going to have an icon that will allow us to select all of the contacts from this phone. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new component here in the root of the project. We're going to create a new folder called components. Okay, and this is going to be called contacts floating icon.js. Contacts floating icon. I can use the snippet React Native functional component, and what this component is going to do is it's just going to display this floating icon here where we can select contacts. So it's going to have it's going to be a touchable opacity, and I can just assign this right here as the root component of this. And inside this we're going to have an icon. So we're going to import from expo /vector icons. We are going to import the material community icons. So this is what we are going to use. It's not here. It should be here, material community icons. And I can close it right here so I don't have two tags for that. And what's going to be the icon is just going to be this one that's called Android Messages. This is the icon that we want. It's going to have a size of 30. It's going to have a color of white, and it's going to have a style of, and we're going, because this icon by default is in the wrong way, we're just going to reverse the icon, and for that we can use a transform, a CSS transform, and this transform is going to scale the X in -1. Okay, we can't see anything because we haven't used this yet, so let's import this component. Import context floating icon from components, context floating icon, and here I can just display that context floating icon. So we still are not seeing anything, and that's, I think, because we have to have more styles here. So how this is going to be shown, and the style is going to be in this touchable opacity. So we are going to have a position absolute, so it's always in the same place. It's going to be at the right with 20. It's going to we're going to add 20 pixels to the right and 20 pixels to the bottom, so it's not completely at the bottom. We have some padding. It's going to have a border radius of 60, and this is just the same value that we are assigning that for the width and for the height, so that's why it's 60. So we make sure that it's completely circular. Then we need a height of 60. Then we need a background color, and the background color, you guessed it, is going to come from the context. So we can use that context, use the context hook, make sure to import what you need, and here we can have the global context that we are importing, and here we're going to have a theme, and then we're going to have some colors. So now we can use those colors, and the color that we need is this secondary color. Then we're going to align the items to the center, and we also justify the corner to the center. Now we should be able to see this nice icon. So it doesn't do anything yet, so and you can remove this because we're not going to use this. Okay, so what we are going to do is, once we click here, we are going to be redirected to another screen that's going to have all of the contact information. So we can just, for this, we need to use the navigation. So we can have const navigation equals use navigation, and this is not from core, this is from native. Okay. From React Navigation native, use navigation, and we just need to pass one event here. So once the user press right here, we are going to execute this callback that executes this navigate function that's going to be to this page called contacts. So this page does not exist, so let's create that page, because if we click here now, it will break. And let me explain you something first. So where should we put these contacts, in which stack? So we are not going to use this stack, this stack of this tab navigator, because that contacts is not part of these tabs. It's like a different stack, and we are going to have this contacts page here. So it's going to be a sibling of the home page of the profile page, and because we don't want to use these tabs for displaying that, it's like a different screen. It doesn't use this header, and it doesn't use tabs. So that's why we are going to use a stack screen. So let's add that stack, screen. We can just have it like this. and the name is going to be, give me a second. Okay, so the name is just going to be name of contacts, like this. Let's give it some options. So the options is that we are going to display, have a different title. It's not going to be contacts, it's going to be, the title is going to be select contacts for the header. And we need a component, so the component is going to be this component called contacts. So this does not exist yet, so do not save this yet. We are going to create that contacts.js screen, so we can use React native functional component, and we can just say contacts for now. So now we can import that, import contacts from screens/contacts. Now we can save it so it will not break, and once we click here we can see that we are in a different stack, and here we are going to have a list of all of the contacts. So now let's work in this screen, and what we are going to have in this screen, we need to grab the contacts. So how are we going to grab those contacts? And for this I decided to use a custom hooks. Sorry. For this I decided to use a custom hook. So because we are going to grab the contacts in another place, so I would just want to have a custom hook that's going to be in charge of grabbing the contacts information. So don't maybe if you know how to create custom hooks, or this is your first time do it, I will explain everything how this works. So here I'm going to create a hooks folder, and here this is going to be, oops, what happened? And in here we are going to have this use hooks like this. So how these hooks work, custom hooks work, they're just regular functions, but we're not going to return any JSX. And the benefit of having this is that we can use other React hooks here, and then we can just plug this hook in another place. So for example, we can use state, we can use effect, and then we can return something that we can use in other places. And so that's what we are going to do here. We're going to first import from React. We are going to import some hooks that we are going to use here. So the use effect hook and the use state hook. So those are both hooks that we are going to use here. And here I'm going to import start as contacts from expo contacts. So this is the package that we can use to access the contacts. And here I can just export default function. So it's very important that we use this use prefix, so React knows that this is a hook, and this is going to be export default function use contacts. So this is our custom hooks, and this hook is going to have some state. So the state is going to be contacts and set contacts. And this is the place where we are going to keep track of all of the contacts, and we can just use that state, and the initial value is going to be an empty array. The contacts are going to be an empty array, and then we can use the effect, and this effect is going to be run when the component that uses this hook is being rendered. So that's when this is going to be called. So there's going to be a component that's going to be using this hook, and once this component renders, then we're going to execute this hook, and that's why we have an empty array here. And what this is going to do, again, because this is going to be an asynchronous operation, we're going to have this special function called EFE, I think, that invokes itself, and it's going to be an async. So the way you do it is you have like two parentheses next to each other. Here is where the function is going to be, and this is how it executes. So it's going to be an asynchronous anonymous arrow function. And this is where all the logic is going to be. So we're going to have an status, and this status is going to be coming from this contacts thing that we have here, and here we can request permission asynchronous. So we're first going to request permission. So once we have that, we are going to check if the status is equals to granted. If this is true, so only in that case we're going to continue working with these contacts. So here we can just use this method. It's going to be an asynchronous method that's called contacts get contacts asynchronous, and here we can specify what kind of fields we want. So we can have fields, and the fields that we want is just the email for now. We don't want the phone number. You can grab the phone number if you need it, but for this we just need the contacts fields that email. So that's what we need. And by default it also gives us the name, so we don't have to specify the name here. And here we have access to a property called data. Once this resolves, so if the data that length, because this is an array, is greater than 0, so we do have contacts, then we are going to set those contacts, but we are going to treat this data before having it inside our state. We are going to make some things. So we are going to data that filter, we're going to filter, and we're only going to use the contacts that have the first name, and this contact also has emails and also has emails. So it has at least one email, right? So it has the first element of the array, and it also has contacts, emails, the first element, and this element has an email. So this is just the structure of the object that you have from expo and expo contacts, and we're just making sure that the user has at least one email. That's all that we are doing, and then we are going to map this contact, and for that we're going to use a custom function that's going to say map contact to user. So this function is just going to grab this contact and transform it in one thing that we can use. So I'm going to declare this function right here, and it's just a function that's going to return, and this function is going to receive the contact. And what this is going to return is we are going to have a contact name, see, like this, contact name, and it's going to be the contact that first name. And we know that at least this has a first name because we already checked that the user this has a first name. And if the contact has a first name and also has a last name, and also has a contact that last name, so if this is true, we are going to return just one string, and this is going to be like the display name. So this string is going to be, make sure to use template strings. It's going to be the contact dot first name space. So we're going to have a space contact dot last name, right? So we're just mapping that, and if that's not true, then we are just going to, if that's not true, we're just going to return the contact dot first name. If there's only one name in that. So we are returning that contact name, making sure that If we have first and last name, we just want one string. Otherwise, we just return the first name that we already checked that it exists. And then we're just going to display the email. So the email, and the email we can just grab directly this one because we already checked that this exists. We can just take that. So we're going to check the first email. And that's how our contact information is going to look like. So now we just need to return those contacts. And this is going to be the return value of this hook. So it can be, you know, like regular hooks like this, but because we just need the access to the contacts, I'm just going to return it like this. So we have the hook. Now we can just go back to the contacts screen, and here we can import that hook. Use contacts. So we are importing that contact, and here we can just say contacts equals use contacts. So this is really nice because now sorry about that. So this is really nice because instead of having all of this logic that uses state and also uses use effect, we can just have access to this here. And if I save, you can see that this needs access, so we need to allow that. And we have an error, so let's check what that error is. It says can't find variable C, so we're making a mistake here. Yeah, it's right here. So this is not C, it's contact that emails that email. Yep. Yeah, so now it should be working. And if we go back here, we can just check those contacts with we can JSON that stringify. So just to make sure that everything works, then we can display that. And yeah, as promised, we have our contacts, and we have them in the way that we need it. We just have this contact name, and we need this email. So now we need to display these contacts. So the component that we are going to create now is going to be the component that we are going to display every single contact. And this component is also going to be used for the chats, so it's going to have double purpose. And I'm going to give it the name of list item like this, and it's going to be a React Native functional component. And what this is going to have is going to be the root of this is going to be a touchable opacity. This comes from React Native, this touchable opacity, and I can just delete this one. And here let's give it some style. So the style is going to be of height of 80. And we can also read if there's some specific style from the props. So these are going to be the props, and we can spread that. So this component is going to receive a bunch of props. So we're first going to check the type of this component. So because it's going to be used to contacts, so it can also be used for the rooms, so that's why we give it a type. So we're also going to have a description, also user, so it's going to be the user that's going to be displayed there, the style, then also a time, so that's going to be for the rooms, a room, and an image. Okay, so we have this. So now let's present that to the user. And here we're also going to use the navigation hook. So we can use navigation, and this comes from navigation native. And here we also going to use the colors that we need from the context. So we can import that context, and here we can just deconstruct the theme and the colors like this. So now let's start with some other properties for this touchable opacity. So once we press this, this is going to take us to a chat. So in either case, it's going to be if we are in the contacts screen, so it's going to be a chat, right? We're going to, and if we are in the room screen, it's also going to be a chat. So that's why we are going to use the navigate function, and the screen is going to be called chat. And here we can just pass some properties. So the second argument of this navigate function can be some parameters that we can pass. So we're going to pass the user, the room, if we pass a room. So this room is only going to be present once we have a room, and an image. So this image is not the image that we are going to present in the list of items. It's going to be an image if we are like selecting an image from the other tab. So if we select an image, then we're going to have like a list of contacts, and then we're going to have a chat. So that's the image that we are referring to. And for this, I'm going to use some components that we have from this package that we have called React Native Easy Grid. React Native Easy Grid. So this is just a convenient way of making a layout, and you can do it without this, but it's just convenient to have it like this. So for example, I can say that here I'm going to have a grid, and these are just views components. So I can just pass an style, and I can say max height, and it's going to be 80. So this is going to be the height of every list item. So from this easy grid, we are going to have the grid. We're also going to have a row, and we also are going to have a column. So here for this, we are going to have a column. So we can have it like this. And this column is going to have some style. And the style is just going to be that this is going to have a width of 80. So it's going to have a fixed width. And also we're going to align all of the items to the center. And we are also going to justify the content to the center. And in here, what we are going to have inside this column is an image with the avatar of the user. So here I can declare a new, this is not from here, a new component called avatar, and this is going to come from import avatar from this folder and avatar. So I'm not going to save this because we don't have that component yet. So let me create that component, avatar.js, and here I'm going to give it a React native functional component, and this avatar is just going to be an image. So I can remove this and just import that image, and we can just return that like this image. And this image is going to have some style. And what's the style is that we are going to pass width, and here we're going to have also some properties. So the first one is the size, and the next one is the user, and the width is going to be equals the size. The height is going to equal the size again. So these are not like this should be properties. without curly braces, like this. Okay, sorry about that. And a border radius, and it's also going to be the same as the size. Then we need a source for this image. So a source is going to equal, and if we have the user photo URL, if we do have this, so the source is going to be an URI, and it's going to be just a user that photo URL. And if this is not the case, we are going to require, and here we are going to access some of the assets that we have. We have one called icon-square-png. So this is just an image placeholder for that user. And finally, we're going to have here something called resize mode, and this is going to be of the type cover. So this is going to be our avatar. So now we can just use that avatar. And what this avatar has is we need to pass the properties, right? So we need to pass a user. So the user is just going to be the user that we have from this property. And also we need a size. And here we are just going to check if the type equals contacts. So if this is going from contacts, the size is going to be 40. Otherwise, it's going to be 65. So we're just making sure that it's smaller when the source of this item comes from this list of contacts. So we have the avatar, and now we are going to have another column. And this column is going to have a style. And style for this is just going to give it a margin to the left of 10. And here we can have a row. So we have a row inside a column, and this also has some style. The style for this row is that we are going to align the items to the center. And inside this row, we also going to have like 2 columns. So we need another column. And this column is also going to have some text. Let's check if we have text. We do have text. So we need to close this text. And this is going to be either the user that contact name, or, because we are using both places, the user that display name. So let's just give it a quick test to see if we can display this we can use this component before committed too much. So here we are going to have a flat list. So we can import this from flat list from React Native, and this is going to be that flat list. And well, this can be a self-closing tag. And this flat list needs some style. So let's just give it some basic style. It's going to have a flex of 1 and also has some padding of 10. So that's for the flat list. Then the data is going to be the contacts and a key structure. So we need to give every item a key. We can just access that with a callback. In this callback we have access to all of the contacts, but here we are just going to use the index, and that's going to be the index, the key structure, and we're not going to use the other parameter. So I'm just giving this placeholder for that. Yeah. So we now need to render that. we need something to render that item. So here we are going to have another callback, and here we can render that with a React component. So inside this callback we have access to that item, and here actually we're going to have another component before the list item that's going to be called contact preview, and this is going to take as parameters a contact and an image. And this contact is going to use the rooms from the context that we set before. So we can say use context, and we can pass the global context. Here we have access to the rooms. And we are going to have an user. This is different from the user. The user that's been logged is just the user from that contact. So we can say use state. And the default value is just going to be that contact that we have from this property. Okay? And here what we are going to do is we are going to fetch for the contact information, right? Because a contact has been already signed up and has like an image. So we want to fetch that information using the contact email from our database. So that's what are we querying. So we are just going to use an use effect function here, and make sure to import that one. And here I can, the first render, I'm going to declare a new query like this, const q equals query. Make sure to import query from firestore like this. And here again we need to pass the parameters of that query. So this is going to be a query for a collection. So make sure to import the collection method. The collection method needs the firestore instance. So I can say db, and then we can pass the name of that collection. So the collection is called users. It's the same collection that we had before that the user writes when he signs into the app. And then we need some constraints. So the constraints is going to be a where query, where. So what's going to where the email of that field of that collection equals. So we need to use this double equals, and what equals is equals the contact that email. So the contact that we are passing here, we need to compare that with the email of that item of that collection. So this is just the query. Now we need to subscribe to that. So we are going to again have this unsubscribe declaration, and we need again our on snapshot, and make sure to import on snapshot from firestore, and we pass that query like this, and then we have access to that snapshot. And here, so if we do have a snapshot that logs that length, so if we have a result, an array, so we are going to say user doc equals snapshot that docs, and we're going to access the first item, and then we're going to access that data. This is going to be the user doc if it exists. So, and then we can set that user, that local user here, and we are going to have this in a different way because this is an use effect. We're going to read that previous user, prev user. We can have access to a callback inside these setters, right? So it could directly use the value, or you can have a callback that has the previous value. So the contact, we're going to merge this contact that we had before, and because we don't want to add this to this list of dependencies, that's why we're doing this way. And we're going to return an object, and this object is going to spread the previous user, and we're going to merge that previous user with the user doc. So we're merging the information from the document and also merging the information from the contact. And as a return value of this use effect, we can just return a function and we can call this unsubscribe method. So we are cleaning up, so we don't have these subscriptions just running forever. Okay, so we have this right here, but now we need to return something of this contact preview. And well, one thing I wanted to mention is that you can also achieve this not by a query, but also by just accessing directly the document with the document path. But I don't remember why I have it here, so just another option. And instead of using a query, you can just access directly that document. So, well, it works the same. So now we need to return, and what we are going to return is that list item, that component that we created. Make sure to import that component, and this component of course is a JSX component, and we are going to have some special style for this one. It's going to be the margin top of 7. So this is just some special styling that we have for this case, because this component is going to be used everywhere. We also are going to give it a type, and the type is contacts. So this is where we are calling this component. We also need to pass the user, so the user is going to be either the contact or a combination of the contact and the user doc if that exists. We also need to pass an image, and we're going to read this from here, and only if this is present. Let me format this. I think I have an error. Well, I would format it later. And we also need to pass a room. So we are going to, for this, we are going to use the rooms from the context. So that's why we store all the rooms in the context. So we are going to take these rooms, and we're going to, because this is an array we can find in that room, and we're going to find the room that has rooms, and this has a participants array, and we want to make sure that this includes the contact.email. So we are just finding the room that matches this. It's like this room participants array, and this is an array with all of the participants, and we want to make sure that the email is the one that we have from this contact, so we know which room belongs to. So we have our component, and now we can return that component here, this contact preview. We're going to pass the contact, that's going to be the item. And if we have an image, so the image, where is that image coming from? So this is just coming from the parameters of the previous navigation that we haven't declared yet, but we can say something like const route equals use route. And this is also from React Navigation native, not core, native. So this is another hook from React Navigation, so we can access the parameters of this route, and we can say something like const image equals route.params, and we're just checking that that exists, and route.params.image. Okay, so we are just having that image from the params, from the route params, and here I can pass that image here to the tree of components. So this is going to have more sense later, so bear with me. It might look a little bit crazy for now, but we're just rendering contacts with the information. Let me save this. It's refreshing, and you can see that we have in fact a list of contacts with the information that we need, and none of these contacts has registered an image into the system, so that's why we only see these icons, these placeholders. So it seems to be working good. Let's see, we have any errors? We don't have any errors at the moment. Let's go back to the list item. So we are just displaying that information, but actually we need to have more things here. So for this text, I'm going to add some more styles. So the style is going to have a font weight of bold. It's also going to have a font size of 16, and the color is going to be different. We're going to use the colors from the theme, colors that text like this. Just changing a bit this so it looks like the React, and then we are going to have give me just a minute. So we have this column. Alright, so in case we have time information, and this time information is just going to be present in the rooms that we have, the rooms screen. If we have this time information, we're going to have another column and this column is going to be at the end of this, so we need to align items to the flex and like this. I need to add another bracket here, like this, and that's the style for that column. And here we are going to have that text, and here inside this text we're going to have a new date. We're going to have the time, that's seconds. So this is going to be like an object that has that property, and we can multiply that by 1000. So this is going to create a new instance of this date object, and then we can say something to local date string, and this is going to take care to make it display in the correct idiom language. So we're just parsing that date, right? That the time that we have. And we also need some extra style here. So the style for this thing is going to be just to change the color, and we can grab the colors, that secondary text, and it's going to be small, so it's going to have a font size of 11. Okay, so that's for the time. So right now we are not seeing anything here because we don't have that information for this kind of component. And below this row we are going to have another row and this is also going to be optional. So if we do have a description, what we are going to render is just another row. It's just another row. This is going to have some style also, and the style is going to be margin top of -5, just to bring it a little bit up. And here we are going to have some text, and here we're just going to straight past the description like this. So now we can just give the style to this text, and the style is going to have a color of colors, that's secondary text, and the font size is going to be of 13. So we're not seeing anything because we don't have those properties here, but now let's make use of those properties. So where we are going to display that is in the chats screen. So let's go back to the chats screen, and right now we don't have anything here. So what we are going to do is we are just going to have another flat list. We can just use this directly. The rooms that we're getting from the context, we can grab those rooms and map them, and we are going to have a room, right? And what we are going to render here is that list item component that we just created, and make sure to import that, and we need to pass the things that we need here. So we are just going to give it a type of chat and also a description. And what's going to be the description? So that description is going to have the chat, the room, that last message. So this is a property that we are going to add to every room, and the text of that last message is going to have a key, and the key we can just grab the room.id. It's going to have a room, and it's just going to be that room, and the time is going to be that chat last message, room that last message, and this has a time that's going to say created at. So we're going to display all of the rooms like this, and what we are missing is we are missing the user, so we need also to pass that user information, and for this we are going to have a function that's going to be called getUserB, and it's just a function that's going to parse that user, so we can use that inside this. So we can just grab that chat.userB and as a parameter. So let's declare first that. So here we're going to have that getUserB. So this is going to have all of the users, the user and all of the contacts as a parameter. And what we are going to say is user contact. We are going to find that user contact, contacts.find, and we can just grab that contact and find from the contact that email, and this needs to be equal to the user that email. So we have that user contact. If you have a user contact, and we also have a user contact that contact name, if we do have that, we are going to return, we are just going to merge the user with the contact name. And what are we doing this? So it's actually just trying to mimic some functionality from WhatsApp. So in WhatsApp there, if you have, for example, a contact that is you name it, I don't know, like something different from what he named that for. So what's going to be displayed here is not or even in the chat, is not going to be the name that that person picked. It's going to be the name that you give to the contact, if that makes sense. So we are just making sure that the contacts, the name that's being displayed in the chat and everywhere is the name that you have in your contact. So only if that has a contact name. Otherwise, we can just return the user like this. It's just trying to mimic the functionality from WhatsApp. And here we need to also pass the contacts. Seems that we don't have access to the contacts here. Oh, right, and that's because we need to make use of our hook. So here we can just say contacts equals use contacts, our custom hook that we have. Now we should be using these contacts. This is not chat, this is room. Okay. So we actually we're not going to see anything at the moment because we don't have any room. So let's, now that we have this, so we can see the rooms in the future, we want to create a new chat. Let's go back to the list item. As you can see, for each item we are navigating to the chat route. So how this chat component is going to work is that we're going to create a stack navigator for this one. So if we go back to app.js, this file right here where we have everything, and it's not going to be, it's not going to be a tab. That's not a tab. This component is just another stack navigator. So what we need to do is we need to declare that stack navigator. So right, where is that? Right here. So we have contacts. We have contacts, and here we are going to have that stacked that screen. Stack that screen like this. We can have self-closed, and now we can just give it a name, and the name is going to be chat. Let's give it a component, and the component is going to be the chat component that does not exist yet. We're going to have a header. We're going to have some options. And what are those options? So for this, we're going to have a header title. We need to have another object. So this is going to have a header title, and this header title is going to, we can just type the title here, but for this one, we're going to have a custom component. And why do we have a custom component? Is because we want to display the avatar in the top of the header, right? And the name. So that's why we have that. So here we can just pass like this function, and with the props, and here we're going to have this chat header component. And here we can just spread those properties like this. So these components do not exist yet, so let's create those. We're going to go to the components, and here we are going to have this chat header component, React Native functional component. Let's just keep it like this for now, header. And we also need another screen, so that this new screen is going to be called chat.js and React Native functional component, and let's say something like chat for now. So we have those components, so now let's import those components here. So we can say chat from screens, and here we have that chat, and we also have the import header input chat header from components / chat header. So now we have those components. We have the stack, we have the components. We should be able to click here, and that should give us an overview where we are at. So now we are in the chat, and this is where all the magic is going to happen. So let's start with something simple. Let's start with the header. So let's go to the header, and in the header we are just going to have a view that's going to have a style, and this is going to have flex direction of row. So by default, React Native shows everything as with flex direction of column. So this is going to be like a row. And here, you guessed it, we are going to have an avatar. So I can just wrap this inside a view, and here we are going to have our avatar from this same folder. And what this avatar needs is a size. So the size is going to be of 40 for this case. And it also needs a user. So how we get the user? We just can use the route that we have from React Native React Navigation. So we can just use route, and this comes from React Navigation Native. And this route is going to have the user. Remember that when we navigate with this, we're passing some parameters, and those parameters has a user, a room, or an image. So here we only need that user. So we can just say user equals, we can grab that route, that params, that user. So this is going to have our user. we can save it, and you can see that we don't have any image for this user, but we do have the placeholder, so we know that's working. And next to this, we are going to have the image of that, the name of that user. So we are just going to have a view, and it's going to have a style. The style is going to be have some margin to the left of 15. We're going to align the items to the center, and we're also going to justify the content to the center. Yes, to the center. This is just the wrapper, so we now need some text here. So we are just going to have it like this. And what's going to be that text? So again, we're going to have route that params that user. So the main user, the main is going to be, if we do have a contact name, that's going to be displayed there. So the contact that we have saved. And if we don't have that, we can just grab the route that params that user that display name. And let's give it some style to this. So here we can have a color, and again, let's make use of the theme that we have. Use context, and here we have our global context. Then we can just grab the theme, and then we can deconstruct the colors. And here the color is going to be colors that white. It's just going to be white, and the font size is going to be 18. So there we have it. We have the name at the top of the chat, and this is our custom component for rendering this header right here. Alright, so now it's going to be the fun part, and this is going to be the chat. So this is going to be how we start here. So okay, for this component, we are going to add this comment at the top, and this comment is will be something like this. It's called refresh reset, and what this is going to do, it's just going to by default, React keeps the state of each every time you save. So we have hot reload. So every time you save, we have the same state. So that's good most of the time. But for this chat, is not good, because every time it would try to grab new chat messages. So that's why we're using this comment that will stop that to happen. Then we are going to start with some declarations that we need here. So we first need to have access to the current user. So we can access that by accessing the out instance of this app that we have in our utility, and here we can just grab the current user. Then we again need to have access to the parameters, so we can have something like route equals use route. And this route again needs to come from native, navigation native. And once we have that, we can have something like this. That's going to be the room. So the room is not going to be always present, but we can still read that from the parameters like this. And then we also going to have a selected image. So this also comes from the root that params that image. So we're going to use this later for sending directly images from the other tab. And here we're also going to have a user B, and this user B is going to come from this use route that params that user. Yeah. So why it's user B? Because we are user A, right? We are the current user, so this is the other user for this room. Then we are just going to check what is the center we're going just to build the sender user that we're going to store for every chat. So we're going to say sender user equals, so if it's just a current user, but if the current user has a photo, so if it has a photo, we are going to return the name. It's going to be current user that display name. We're just going to have an ID here, and this ID is going to be the current user that UID, and the avatar is just going to be the current user that photo URL. So this is in the case that we have some photo URL. Otherwise, we're just going to have a name of current user that display name and the ID of the current user that UID. Okay, so we have and this is just an object to know what's going to be the user that sends the message. Then we are going to access the well, not access, we are going to have a room ID. So this is going to be the room ID, and this room ID, so if we have a room, so remember, this room is not always going to be present. So right now we don't have any room, so it's not going to be present, but if we do have a room, it's going to be the room.id. Otherwise, we are going to generate a random ID. Random ID. And let's declare this random ID here, so it's not going to be generated every time we render the page. So it's going to be random ID equals, and we're just going to use this nano ID function. And remember that for using nano ID, we have to import React Native random values, get random values before this one. So in that way we can access the nano ID. And now we have a room ID. So what's next? Again, I can do it this here. We're going to import or have from the context, we're going to have our theme and our colors. So we know what's the brand colors for all of this, and then we're going to have another declaration. So this is going to be the run reference from Firestore, and we're going to declare that here. So we're going to use a document, and we need to import that from Firestore. And this document reference needs a Firestore instance, so that's our DB. And make sure to import this, and then we need to give it a path. So the path is going to be from the rooms collection, and we also want to have this document ID, and the document ID is just the room ID. That's going to be either the room ID that is already created or the room random ID that we generated. And then we are going to have a room messages ref. So this is going to be the reference for all the messages of this room, and it's just going to be a collection in this case. It's not a specific doc, it's a collection. And make sure to import collection from Firestore. Then we need to pass the database. Then we need to pass the name of that collection. Then we are going to pass this room ID. And then we are going to pass this messages collection. So actually this is a sub collection. So in Firestore we have this concept about collection and sub collection. So inside the rooms collection we have a room ID, that's the document, and inside this document we are going to have another collection called messages. So this messages collection is a sub collection of this document. So that's the structure that we are going to have for this. And now we can start doing the magic. So what we are going to do is that if the first time we open this right here, we are going to check if there is a room that exists. If there's not a room, we are going to create that room. So once we open this, we need to create that room, and for that we're going to use the use effect hook. Make sure to import that hook, and here we have this like this with an empty array. And here again we're going to use this syntax to have asynchronous code. So we are just going to declare that asynchronous anonymous function, arrow function, and inside here we are going to check if we have a room. If we don't have a room, so it's, if we are not passing that room from the other parent, so in that case we are going to create that room. And how we are going to create that room? Let's first declare the data for that. So we are going to say current user data. So this is from the current user, and here we're going to have a display name, and it's going to be current user that display name, and we are going to have an email, and the email is going to be current user that email. So, and we are going to check if the user has a photo. If the user has a photo, we're going to add to this current user data. Current user data, we are going to add another property called photo URL, and it's going to be the current user that photo URL, like this. Now we need the user b data, so we can say const user b data, and this is going to equal the same. It's going to have something like this, but here we are going to use the user b display name, or so it needs to go in this order: user b that contact name, or the user b display name, or if there's nothing there, we are just going to display and have an empty array. And here we can just have the email of that user. Again, if the user has a photo URL, so if that's the case, we're going to say user b data that photo URL equals user b that photo URL. We're just adding that in case this exists here. So now we're going to try catch an asynchronous task. So this task is just going to set that document. All right, and make sure to import set document from, and as the first argument we need the document reference. So we already have the document reference. It's going to be the room reference, and actually we need to have this const room data, this object that's going to have the participants, and it's going to be an array that has the current user data and also has the user b data. So those are the participants of this room, and then we also have the participants array. So this is the famous participants array that we used before, and here we can have the current user that email and also the user b that email. And we are going to create that with that document with this room data, and we are going to await for this because it's asynchronous. And here we are going to console.log if we have an error. Oops. So this should take care of creating a new room. If there's no room, it's going to create that room for us. So it should have created that room. We don't have any error. So to make sure that the room is created, we can check our firestore console. And I'm going to refresh this, and we should have a rooms collection, and here we have all the information that we had before. So we have our participants. One participant has a photo URL, so we are seeing that. And here we do have this, so it's working correctly. All right, so we are just creating the room. We are not displaying anything. One thing that we are going to have here is we are going to have something called const. It's going to be called email hash. Set email hash equals, and we are going to have this as some state. Make sure to import use state, and it's going to be an empty array, and this is going to help us in the future to make sure that this is for security reasons. It's going to make sense in the future, but we are going to also do that here in this asynchronous method. So after all of this if statement here, so we are going to say email hash. So this is not email hash, is room hash, and set room hash like this. So we're going to say email hash equals, it's just going to be a concatenation of the emails that we have for this room. So it's going to be the email for this, and it's also going to be the user b that email. It's just a concatenation, and here we have a colon to separate both of the emails. We can say set room hash is going to be equal to the email hash. And last, well, I will just keep it like this for now. Okay, so that's one part of this whole process. So now we need to read the messages from this collection for this chat. So let's do that now, and we can do it in a different use effect hook, and we can have different use effects. That's not an issue, even though this also will render the first time. We can have it here. That's totally okay. And this is going to be again a subscription, so we're going to have this onSubscribe method, and here we are going to use again an snapshot from Firestore. Make sure to import that snapshot, and here we need the reference. So we already have the room messages reference, so with this thing right here that we created before, right? So we do have access to that, and after that we have access to the query snapshot of this as a callback. So this will be called every time this changes. We're going to say something like messages firestore, and this is going to equal the query snapshot, and we are going to access the doc changes. So this is just, it's going to give us access to only when the doc change. So in that case, we are going just to listen to, we're not going to replace everything every time. So that's what we want for this. Then we're going to filter in those changes. Here we have access to a type of the change, so the type of change that we have, and here we are going to change only for the type added. So we are just going to listen to the new added messages. So we're filtering that, and then we are going to map those messages as documents. So we have our documents right here. I'm going to deconstruct that from this parameter. And here I'm going to have the message. So the message is just going to be the doc.data. It's just the method that we have inside Firebase to access data from that document. And here we are going to return that message. And we are going to have this created add property. And remember that we were using this created add in some place before. And this created add is going to be the message that created add. And here we are going to transform that to date. So this is a method that we have in this in this instance, and this instance is just a firestore timestamp, and we have access to this right here. And here we're just mapping those messages to what we want it to look like. Alright, so we have the messages, but now we need to append those messages. So for that we are going to have a function, a constant called append messages. And we are going to use this hook called use callback. So why we use callback here? Because we want to memorize this function. And every time this, so the way React works, well, not React, every time the component re-renders is going to create a new instance of the functions, and we don't want to happen that all the time in this case. And what's the function that we are going to what's the thing that we are going to remember is this messages state that we have here. So we have this, we are going to have this messages state and set messages, and here we have this use state, and here we can pass an empty array. So this is the thing that we are going to memorize, so we don't waste memory. So that's the whole point of use callback, not to waste memory, not to create more garbage for JavaScript. And this use callback needs a dependency, and the dependency are going to be the messages. And what this callback is going to do, so we have access to those messages, it's just going to set those messages. And here we have the previous messages. So again, we're using this callback syntax for set state, so in this case set messages. And here finally we are going to use this component that we added before, that's called gift chat. And this is just a library that has some nice methods that we can use to having a chat in our screen. So we are going to have this from React Native gifted chat, and here we have this gifted chat, component, and we can use that to append new messages to the component. So give me a minute. Here. So here we have this method called append, and here we are going to merge the previous messages or the current messages, and we are going to append these new messages that we have. So this is just the way that we are going to append new messages to this component. And we can now just call that method, and we can just pass the messages like this. So we are using this append messages function. All right, so now we have that. And also, of course, make sure that you unsubscribe from that listener. So we are just going to unsubscribe like this every time this is not going to be used anymore. So we have that. Right now we don't have any messages and we are not displaying anything, so let's do that right here. So let's start. We're going to have a background, and it's going to be an image background, and we can import this from React Native. We have this image background, and here is going to have some style and some properties. The size mode is going to be cover. Also source, so this image source is going to be, we're going to require this from our assets, and here we have this chat.bg.png, and that's going to be the whole background for this. And then we're going to have some style, and the style is just going to be that it's going to cover everything, so it has a flex of 1. So if we save, we can see that now we have this nice background that we have in WhatsApp. So that was the point of that. Next, we are going to render this chat component, and here we are going to pass some properties. So here we are going to load those messages, and you can see that right away we have this input provided by this component. And what else? We need a user, and the user is going to be the sender user. What else? We are not going to render any avatar because the avatar is already here. So render avatar, and this is going to be null. Okay. So the most important thing is that we need a function to handle what's going on to happen when we send. So we have this onSend property, and here we have some messages in this callback, and in this callback we are going to have a function called onSend, and we're just going to pass those messages. Actually we can just do it like this right, because we are doing the same thing. And here is our function that's called onSend. So this has some messages, and what's this is going to do, this function, so the default is going to be an empty array. We're going to have a variable called writes, so we're going to map those messages, and for each message we're going to create a Firebase reference or a Firebase firestore promise, and this one is called add.doc. So we are using add.doc in this case because we want Firebase to handle the random ID generation. Make sure to import add.doc from firestore. And yeah, so this is all of the rights that we are going to have. And the reference is going to be the room message reference, so it's going to go to that collection. And then we need the data, and the data is just that message that we have here. So we are mapping all of the messages into an array of promises. Then we need a last message variable, and this is going to just grab this from this messages array. It's just going to grab the messages, the last item of that array, so we can access it like this, having access to the index, so grabbing the length of these messages and subtracting 1. So that's going to give us the index for that, for the last message. And here I'm going to the right, I'm going to push another promise, and this is going to be an update document method, and make sure to import this from firestore again. So what this takes is we are going to write to the room reference, so to the room object we are going to update this last message. So we're just going to say every time we write the messages, and we also are going to write that last message. So now we can just await, so this needs to be an async function. We can just await for a promise that all, and it's just going to be those rights. So this is an array of promises, and we do it with promise that all, because in that way we don't have to wait for every single one to complete. We can do these both rights at the same time. So this is the actual thing that's going to send those messages. So let me save that. So now if I write, I think that's all that we need for now. So we are going to add way more things, but for now I think this is good. I can say hi. So something is not working. Let's see if we... Oh, so we have a bunch of rooms. This should not be happening. So I will just delete this collection for now. And here I'm going to close this, because I suspect this is happening because we added these methods once we were inside the component, so it shouldn't be a problem anymore, I think. So I can just I'm going to select this Nexus phone, and it should have created a new room for us. And if I go back and I select that again, so this time it should not create a new one. Yeah, so I think it's working as expected now. So if I save this, and it shouldn't create another room. Oh, it did create another room. So why it did create another room? So it seems that it's just happening once we saved, and it might be because it's not picking up this room right here. So let me console.log that room. So now if we open this, we can see that we have a room of undefined, and so that's why it's creating those rooms again, even though it shouldn't. So why is that undefined? It might be due to this. So let me, I guess it's going to create another room, so I will just delete this collection. Let's go back here, and let's select this. So now if I refresh, so we do have that. But now if I save this, let's see what happened. It did create another room. What's happening here? If I click here, we never have the room. There might be a bug inside the thing that fetches all of the rooms, and that is here. So we should, in the chats screen, we are grabbing all of the rooms for that. Let's see if we have some result here. I think I know what's happening. So we are filtering, we are looking for that last message. But so let me try something. I'm going to delete this again. So now I can go back. I can create this room. I can say something like hi. I don't know if this is going to show up. So we do have the messages, but now it shouldn't create another room because now we have a last message. I think, yeah, we do have a last message. So if I click, let me go back here. So if I, yeah, so now it doesn't create a new room. But now we don't have the last message. What's going on? Why it did override that? So now if I click here, it's going to create a new document, right? So it didn't. So now that's working. I think it's because it's having that last message in the memory. But why it did override that? I think it's because that's not being registered in the component. So let's do something quickly. I'm again going to have this refresh state inside the chat. So we do going to have this comment called refresh reset. It's not going to do nothing for now, but what I want to change here is that I'm not going to filter this. Okay, so I am going to have another state into and it's going to be set unfiltered rooms, and it's going to be sparse chats. And here we are going, for this one, we are going to filter what we had before. So what was that? Let me, for this, we are going to have this filter for these rooms. But for these other rooms, we are going to say something like set unparsed unfiltered chats, and it's going to be just this thing. Oops, this thing without the filter. Okay, so now let's create that into the context. So we need to go to the context, and we are going to have unfiltered rooms, and here we're going to have set unfiltered rooms, and this is just going to be a function, so I can save that. It's not going to affect anything. And here inside the context wrapper, I'm going to have also that. So this is going to be, I will just copy this from here, unfiltered rooms, and set unfiltered rooms like this. And here I can just pass that to the value of the context. So why did I do that? Because these rooms are going to be for this rooms list. So we only want to have the ones that have the last message, but these unfiltered chats unfiltered rooms are going to be for we need to grab this from here. Set unfiltered rooms. Make sure that these names match. So these unfiltered rooms are going to be used in the contacts screen, and we are using the rooms here, but we are not going to use that anymore, and we are using that to find that room. We are going to use these unfiltered rooms. So that's what we are going to use here. In that way, we have all of the rooms, even though the rooms that do not have a last message yet. So in that way, we should be able to just have one single room every time, if that makes sense. Okay, so we have that. I'm just going to clean everything just in case. I'm going to clean all of these rooms. And I'm going to go back to here. And we don't have any room. So now if I create a new room, so we have that room. And we are not seeing that room here because it doesn't have any messages. So if I click here again, it shouldn't create another room, so it's looking good right now. And if I save these chats right here, where is that? This chat component, it shouldn't create another room. So it did create another room. So what's that? Why is that? I suspect that what is happening is that we are never finding these rooms right here in the contacts. So participants array includes, I think we're never finding that room. So let me just make some use state, some use effect to inspect that object. These unfiltered rooms, I'm just going to console.log those unfiltered rooms, and what's going to throw is an empty array, so it's not grabbing anything. So that's why it's creating all of these rooms at once. So why do we don't have anything? What happened if I grab those rooms? So this might also have an empty array. Yeah, it's a bunch of empty arrays. So my query might be incorrect. Let's go here to these chats, to the chats component. So we are looking for the rooms. We are looking for the participants array, current user.email. So maybe I'm having a typo here. Nope. Array contains. So let's go back here. I think the typo is right here. Look at so this is wrong. This is as you can see, the typo is here. So that's why we are not having anything. So let me remove this collection again. I'm going back here to the chat component, and this is the guilty thing that's causing this problem, is participants array. So I believe now this should work. Doc data is not a function. Let's open this again. Now we have another issue. Doc.data. I cannot suspect is right here. Yeah, so this is not correct because it makes sense, because here we're already deconstructing that doc data, so this doc data is not longer present here. So we can just grab that doc and say doc that last message. Yeah, so now that's fixed. And let's test this out. So we don't have any rooms. I can just close this one, and if I click here, it's going to create that room for me. So we have this, all of this debug information, which is good. What's not looking good is the user B, I think. Well, I will debug that later. So now, if I go back, we don't see that. That's okay. If I click here, so it's not creating a new one. And what happens if I save? If I save, it shouldn't create another one, so that's working. Okay, so now we can just say hi, and let's see if that's working. User.email. So I believe this might have, yeah, this is correct. The last message is correct. And what's happening here? So it's complaining about user.email is not an object. Where this is coming from, we have to track that down. Let's see, let's just search in here for user.email. So right here is throwing that error. So I believe it's because of this, because the user B is undefined. Alright, I think it makes sense in this case. So what's happening is that we are defining the user B from the document, and in this case we don't have, in this case we don't have that data. So we need to make sure that we first have that data. And where is that? This is in the chats. And let's check that user B. So we have the participants and we have both users. Both users have email. So we are just grabbing the user that's different participants. Let's see if this is correct. Participants is correct in this case. And we need to find the participant email where the participant email is different from the user. Let's just see if we can log this out. Sorry about all of this debugging. So I guess this is normal because this is like a really complex project. So I wasn't expecting that to go so smoothly. So just bear with me, and we are going to find a solution for this. And this is totally normal. You know, it's like a real life example. So we just need to find this issue, and we should be able to continue after that. The current user email, the participant email. So we have email here in email. Oh, I see. I think I see what's the problem. So the the emails are the same. So that's why this is undefined. You can see that the emails are the same. I will just delete this collection. Rooms. Again, I'm going to delete it. Let's close this. And I bet that bug is coming from the chat component. Once we are creating that user data, we are using the current user email here. So this shouldn't be like this. It should be user b.email, not current user.email. So that was the issue. Make sure that you have user b.email in when we are creating the room. So let's try one more time. So now if I click here, it should create that user correctly. Those participants. So yeah, we have those and we have the right. We have the right email, which is good. Next, this is Nexus and this is Pixel. So now let's try to add a message here. And we didn't have any error, but this is not showing up into the app. And I think it might be because the reference is incorrect. That's my suspicion. So this query is not returning anything, I will think. This right here. So we have the room ID, we have the messages, append messages. Oh, so of course it's not showing because we are not sending anything here. We need to send these messages from firestore. Oops. This right here we need to send to this method. So that's why I think it's not showing up. So it's still not working. We have this, so this is working. This item right here, but this is not working. And let's just make a console.log of these messages from firestore to see what's going on. We do have the messages, so that's working. It's just one message, so maybe I need to refresh everything because of this. Let's just try it. I will just open this again. So we have this and we still can't see anything. Maybe we're missing something else into this. Flex 1. Okay, let's just quickly use an effect to inspect this messages array. Console.log messages and see what we have here. So the messages array is empty. We are getting somewhere. The messages are not being correctly displayed. God, another type. So we have some messages here. The typo was here, so let's save. Yes, now it's working. Hello. Yes. So that was the last thing that I had run there. Hopefully we don't have more surprises. So let's just quickly make some cleanup for all of the console that logs that they did. So I'm going to remove that here. I'm also going to remove this because I don't need it anymore. This also is going to be removed. I forgot to remove this one. Okay, back to the chat component. So we have something that we didn't save here. Okay, so now it's working as it should, and we just now want to make it look like WhatsApp. That's what we want now. So for that, we are just going to have some custom things into the chat component. Into this, we are going to have some custom things that we are going to change. So the one thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to have this render actions property, and this allows me to have a custom component for this, and this is just going to have some props, and here I'm going to return an actions, and this comes from React Native gifted chat. These actions, where is that? These actions components is the same that we have by default, but I'm going to have some extra things here to make it look like WhatsApp, right? So it's the regular one, so we can first spread the props that we have from the callback. So we make sure that everything is there, and we are going to have some style. So we're going to have some container style, and this is going to have a position of absolute. It's going to be to the right of 50. It's going to be to the bottom of 5. And it's going to have a C index of 9999. So just to make sure that's at the top of everything. And here we are going to have an icon. So it's going to be icon like this. And it's again a function. And for this, we're going to have an ionic icon. Let's import that, and we can import it right here from expo-vector icons. We can import the ionic icons, and here we can just use that. And this is just going to have a name of camera like this, and it's going to have a size of 30, and the color is going to be from colors that icon gray. And we have it right here. So this is just going to be to select the image, to attach an image here. It's going to be that method for that. And we also need to have a on-press action button. So what's going to happen here is we are going to have a handle photo picker, and it's just going to be a function that is going to handle that. Oops, handle photo picker. And well, it's going to be empty for now, but this is going to handle that in the future. What else do we need? So we have that. We have another prop that's going to be for the time of the text style of the time. So this is going to be just for the right one. So we have this option to target specifics bubbles. So for the right one, we are going to have a color of colors that icon gray. So it's gray, and it looks really bad because this is blue. So let's change that. Well, let's first render a different icon for the send button. So this is going to be a custom one, and here we are going to grab from the props. We are so this is run. This should be equal brackets, close brackets, and let's grab from the props this text, and also like this we can deconstruct that. We can also have the message ID generator. So these are some properties that we have in this props object and this onSend. We can grab this from the props, and this is going to be completely custom. So we can just return some JSX. This is going to be a touchable opacity from React Native. And here we are going to have some icons, and the icon name is going to be called send, and the size is going to be the size of 20, and the color is going to be of colors.white. Okay, so let's save this, and we don't have anything yet, and that's because we also have to have some properties here. So for the touchable, I'm going to have some style, and we're just going to give it a height of 20 and a width of 40, sorry, and a border radius of 40, and a background color of colors, that primary. And I'm going to align everything, aligned items to the center, and I'm going to justify the content to the center, and I'm going to have a margin bottom of 5. Alright, so we have our custom send button, and this just looks like the one on WhatsApp. So WhatsApp. Sorry. So now let's just have this on press button, on press listener. So what's going to happen when we have hit press? So if we have text, and we also have an onSend function, so only when this is true, we're going to send this message. And what we are going to send is just the text, and we are going to trim that text, the text that we have here. And we are going just to pass that user equals user. Oops. We need a comma here, and this user is from these properties that we have, and here we are going to have an ID, and we can just say message ID generator. So we're just creating our whole sender button based on the things that we already have from this gift chat component. So nothing changed there because it's just functionality, but we have our custom button. So now we are going to change this toolbar. It's called toolbar. So right here we have this render toolbar, render input toolbar. And again we have props here, and here we are going to use this component from React Native gifted chat called input toolbar, so make sure to import that. And we're just going to customize that we're just going to spread the props, and we're going to have some style for the container. So this is going to have a margin left of 10. It's going to have a margin right of 10. It's also going to have a margin bottom of 2 and a border radius of 20 and a little bit of padding top of 5. Alright, so we just made that look like the input from WhatsApp. That was the whole point of that. And now we can customize every bubble, and this bubble is going to be render bubble. And for this we are also going to access the props in a callback, and here we are going just to return the bubble component, and this also comes from React Native. So we're just going to customize that component that we already have here, this bubble component from the gifted chat library. And what we are going to do is, again, we're going to spread those props. Nothing changed because we haven't changed anything yet. So now we are going to add some style. So the text style is going to be, and again we can have different styles for every bubble. So for the bubble of the right, we are going to have this kind of style. It's going to have a color of colors that text, and that's for that one. For the left one, it's going to be the same, and we can have some here. We're going to have some wrapper style. And what's going to be again for the left, so for the left we are going to have a background color of colors that and for the right we're going to have a background color of colors that tertiary. So now we have the colors that we wanted. And well, later we're going to test the other side, but for now let's do it just like this. So what we are missing here is that we need to be able to send images, right? So for that we are going to have we're going to have some functions here in this handle photo picker. Yeah, so what's this is going to do is just we're going to have a result equals await pick image. So this is from our utils. We are going to pick that image, and if the result is not cancelled, In that case, we're going to await and send that image. What's that? Send image with the result that URI. Okay, so we need this send image function. Function send image. And what this is going to do? So first we need to have that URI and the path of the room. And here we are going to first upload that image, and here we're going to have a file name. So for uploading that image, we can use that upload image util that we already have, right? And here we can pass the URI that we are receiving from this. And we also need the path of that. So the path is going to be image rooms, and here we are going to have this room path, or if we don't have that room path, we are going to have the room hash. So the room hash that we have here, that's going to be the path of that. And then we upload the image, but we still need to send a new message, right? So we need to send a message. So we can specify that message, and the ID is going to be the file name, the ID of that message. It's not going to have any text, okay? Because it's an image. And the created at is just going to be a new date, like this, created at. We need the user, and the user is going to be the sender user, and we need the image. And the image is just the URL that we have once we uploaded this. That's going to be the image, but we also need a last message to update the room object, so it's going to be last message. And for this one, we are just going to spread those that message, this message, and we are just going to add the text for this is going to be image. So this one is going to have a text that's going to say image. Then I can just await, and well, this needs to be, remember that this needs to be asynchronous. So we can do promise that all, and we are going to have an array that's going to have all of the things that we are going to do here. So it's going to be add doc, and the doc that we are going to have here is this doc message ref, is the reference that we already created, and the document is this message right here. The other thing is that we are going to update the doc, and the doc that we are going to update is going to be the room reference, and we are going to add that last message. So this is the same, kind of the same that we had here, but now we have that for images. So we have a problem here, and this also needs to be an asynchronous function. Okay, so now this should work. And yeah, so we can take the picture, and now we should be able to send that image. So yeah, it did work. So we can see the image like this, but there's some issues right here, as you can see. So let's just quickly check see if this is working. So we have some issues with this component right here, and I also think we also have some issues with this created at, because it's not showing below. Well, we can check that later. But let's fix this. So there are some deprecated methods that this is using to display this in a model. So we are just going to have a completely new component to render that image. So we can have this render message image. So this is going to render that image. Here we're going to have some props, and we are going to return some JSX. So here we are going to have a view, and for this view we are going to have some style. The style is going to have border radius of 15, and here we can add some padding. To the top like this. Padding, oh no, border radius is going to be 15 and the padding is going to be 2. Okay, and here we are going to have a touchable opacity, and this is going to wrap this image component, and this comes from React Native, so make sure to import that. And this image component is going to have this resize mode of contain, and it's also going to have some style. The style is going to be a width of 200. It's also going to have a height of 200. It's also going to have some padding of 6, and it's going to have some border radius of 15, and the resize mode is going to be of cover. So we're just manually rendering this image with these properties, giving a height, and what is more important for this image is we have a source, and the source is just going to be this URI, and the URI is going to be props that current message that image. Okay, so we are manually rendering. So once we are here, let's fix this so it should be at the bottom. So I think we can just sort all of this like this. So we can just sort this, and here we have an A and a B element, and here we can just say B that created at that get time, because this is a date object, we have access to this get time, and that's a number, and we can subtract that with A that created at that get time. Yeah, so that fixed it. So now we have everything in order. Okay, so we have this, but we can't see this in a full screen. So for that, we're going to have some state to make it, to show it. So we are going to have this state. It's going to be, the first one is going to be model visible, and set model visible. The default value is going to be false. There's a typo here, and this one is going to be selected image view, set selected image view. Oops. Set selected image view, and the initial value is just going to be an empty array for this one. Alright, so for this we are going to use this component from a library called, so it's called image view, and this comes from React Native image viewing. So that's the thing that we're going to use to see this image. And now we can go back. Here, and here we are going to have that component. So that component is going to look something like this. We're going to check if we have a selected image view. So if this is true, we are going to return an image view component. And what's going to have this component is going to have an image index. So this is meant to be for several images, but in our case we only have one, so that's why we are selecting the index of 0. It's going to be visible only if the modal visible variable is true. On request close, we are going to have this callback that's going to be set modal visible, and we're going to have it like false. And what else? And the images. So the images is, again, this is meant to be like an array, but we are just going to have one, and it's going to have a URI of selected image view. Okay, so that's okay, but we actually need to show that. So for that we are going to, once we press this, so we can say on press, once we press this image, we are going to do two things. The first one is we're going to set that modal to true, and we are going to set selected image view, and this is going to be the props that current message that image. So we have an error here. And this, if this is false, we also need to check this. So if this is false, so I'm going to do it like this. So if this is true, we have this. And if this is false, I'm just going to return a null object. Okay, so that was the issue that we were having. And here you can see that now we have this nice model, and it's working as expected. So that's almost everything. We only need one more thing here, and it's that we need this to work. So let's do that. Let's do that, and we have this photo component here. Let me change this to 2. And what this is going to do is actually quite simple. So we are going to use the navigation equals use navigation, and this comes from the native folder of React Navigation. And here we are going to have this const cancelled and set cancel equals use state. From React, the default is going to be false. Alright, so we are just going to return a fake view here, because this actually is not going to render anything. It's just going to have a picker, right? And here we are going to do some magic with this use effect method, and this is going to be rendered once the navigation changes the navigation, and also once the cancelled this right right here changes. And what we are going to have here, we are going to have this onSubscribe method, and we are going to subscribe to a listener that we are going to have here. So once this focus, so every time this focus, we are going to have an asynchronous function, and that's going to have we are going to have a result, and this is going to, we are going to await from the big image utility that we have. This is going to provide a result, and we are going to navigate to the, once we have that result, we are going to navigate to the contacts screen, and as a parameter we are going to have the image. So that's the thing that we were trying to we were reading before, that image. So that image is going to come from here, and if the result is cancelled, we are going to set this cancelled to true. So if this is cancelled, is just going to, we are going to navigate this to the chats. So we are just like going back into the stack, kind of. And actually, this is kind of tricky. I'm not going to go deep into this, but as this is the only way that I was able to navigate to the other page, is setting a timeout. And in this timeout, we are going to execute this after 100 seconds. So that's the only way that I was able to go back for this. So don't ask. It's just the only way that I found to do this. And here we can just unsubscribe for this from this this thing. Okay, so let's see if that works. So if I go here, yeah, it shouldn't take me here, and if I cancel this, we should go back to here. So that's okay. But of course what we need is the image. So for this I'm going to use the other emulator. So for this right here, the other emulator that I have. So this one is the Pixel, so I'm going to use the Nexus. And so this is not what we want. What we want is this app. So let me just grab this this URL so I can open this. Yeah. Okay, so now it's building the new app. So we should be able to sign up, and this is Nexus. So we're going to say nexus.test.com and our super secure password 123456. 123456. You can now sign up. Allow access to the camera. So we are just going to take this nice picture. Hi there. So we need to access the contacts, and yeah, we have access to this chat because we're already chatting. So we don't have this image because this lives inside the object, and this was already updated. So what actually will need to happen is we need some kind of function that should be able to update this image, but we're not going to do that here. Just take that in mind. So here we should be able to take a picture, and now we should be able to select the contact, and so the thing that's missing is that we need to handle that, right? So we need to handle that inside the chats. So we are not doing anything with inside the chat. We are not doing anything to upload that image. So let's do that. Let's do that right now. Just give me a second. Okay. So here we are going to have another. We already declared that selected image that's coming for the parameters. So in this use effect function below this, we are going to check for if we have a selected image, and so this should be there's a typo here. This needs to be selected image, and if this selected image has an URI, so if that's true, we are just going to await from send image, and here we are going to pass that URI, that selected image, that URI, and here we need the path of the room, so we can use this hash. Okay, so now we are sending that image once we are in the use effect. Only if that image is present, we should be able to send that image. So let's test that out. So now if I go here and I take a picture and I select this one, yeah. So now we are sending that image, and it's right here. So that's great. Hey, I can see you. Okay, so that's working. Hi. So there's one thing that's not working, and is that this should disappear. Let's see if we can fix that. Or maybe that should be your homework, you know? Yeah, just figure it out how to fix that. So yeah, that's going to be well, it might be a little bit different to fix that. So just try to look for this send method. Maybe we are missing something there, this send method. So let me just see here if I'm missing something from my reference. On send, I think I know what I'm missing here. So this takes another parameter. So it might take you a lot of time to figure it. So yeah, the other parameter, as you can see, it says should reset import toolbar. So yeah, it should reset that import toolbar. So that should take care of removing that message. And it sending that message again because of the state, but don't worry about that. Okay, what else we need? Yeah, so the last thing is going to be the security rules for all of this. So for this part of the video, I'm going just to explain you how these security rules work. I'm not going to type every single line of this, but I will just explain you how this works, and hopefully you get a really good sense of how you can do it in your project. I will also have these rules in a written format. It's going to be in the final project of GitHub if you want to check them out. So yeah, so let me just give you a walkthrough. So we have what we had before is the same. We need to have enclose everything into this rule about firestore. So cloud firestore, and then we're going to have this bracket that's going to match. It's going to be the match for the database that we're working with, And here we are specifying having specific blocks for each collection, right? So these are the collections inside our database. So we have our user collections, we have our room collection. So basically we have 2 blocks for collections. And here I also have some functions. So I can use these functions inside these rules, and it works the same as JavaScript functions, but the syntax is different for certain things. So let's start with the user. So we need to first go to the user's path, and then we are going to have this dynamic parameter that's going to be the user ID. It's going to be the user ID for each one of the rules. So what we have here is we have 2 rules. So we have one for read and one for write. So the one for reading means getting an individual item and also getting a list of items. So if the user, if anyone can read to a user, it only needs to be authenticated. So all the authenticated users can see each other information, which is what we need because of the profiles, right? So if we want to have the profile picture of a user, we need to be able to read them. And this we have is just a custom function. This is not a built-in firestore rule function. It's one that I defined here. So it's just a function that needs to return a boolean, and the boolean is that the request object, we have access to that here, and the authorization object needs to be different from null, so it has to be present. That's the way we can know that the user is authenticated if the authentication object is different than null. So that's the only rule that we need to have for this. And the user, to be able to write to their document, it needs to match the user ID with the request. So what this means is that the user that makes the request needs to be the same user that is going to access that collections, and the user ID we have here is just this ID that we have in the path, and we are passing that to this custom function. So what this function is doing is first checking. Here is the function, so it takes the ID as parameter, and well, mainly is first the user needs to be authenticated, and also the UID. So the UID of the data of the firestore collection needs to be the same as the request that out. So this is the same object, so that's why the user needs to be authenticated, and this out object has an UID. So we are just checking that the user that's making the request is going to match the UID that we have in the document path. Yeah, that's the only thing that we are checking. So and these functions we're going to use in other parts. So that's the basic authorization that we have for users. So users can read everyone, right? Authenticated users, but a user can update to himself if the ID matches with the user ID. So and also this write includes, update, create, and delete. So that's another thing. So what we have here is some rules for the rooms, for every room, every chat room. So how this works is we have a chunk of rules for the room collection, and then we also need rules for the sub collection of messages. So every room will have a sub collection of messages, and these rules are a little bit different. So let me explain you. First we have, so in this case we are not grouping everything by write. We are actually having granular rules for every of the operations for writing. So we have one for create. So every user can create a room. It only needs to be authenticated. So that makes sense, right? So only authenticated users can create rooms, and we don't need to enforce any other rule for that because there are new rooms. And what else? And who can update these created rooms? So we have this custom function that says it's chat member. So only the members that have this room, so that belong to this room, are able to update the room. That's the idea. But how we do that? So the way we are doing that is that we are passing, because this already exists, we are going to have, instead of a request, we're going to have a resource object. So that's the actual document that's already there in the database. And all of our documents have, or rooms have this participants array property. That's an array with the participants, and we can access that in the data object of that resource. So here we can access the data. We're passing this information to this isChatMember function. So what this is doing is chat function is receiving a member list of the thing that we passed here, and then we are first checking if the user is authenticated. So if we're just making sure that the out object exists, and then we're checking the request for the out token. And here we are also reading from the out token, we're reading the email. So that's another part of the request. We can access the email, and we're checking if this email is on the member list. So actually now that I think, we also need to make sure that when the user is creating a room, we need to make sure that they're inside these participants array. So that's I think what we need. Well, I haven't tested this out, but you can test it if you want. But I think we also have a request that data object, and here we can check that from the request and make sure that they belong to the members list. Just one correction. This is not request that data. This is request that resource that data. So we're just checking that data that is coming from the request has this option, this participants array when the user create that, and we're passing this to make sure that the user is inside this array. And the way we do that is with this in syntax. So it's like checking if this email is present in that member list. So we are not allowing any room to be deleted, so that's why deleted is marked as false. And then we are grouping all of the read operations with this read, and we're checking if this is a chat member, then the user can read from that. And again, because this has been already created, we are just making sure that the user that's trying to access that is present in this participant array. So that's for the rooms. Now we need some rules for messages. So actually we need to make some other things here because this is a sub collection. We don't have immediate access to this room object. It's his own collection, right? So we don't have access to the room. So we have to get the room information to making sure that for creating, we're making sure that it's a chat member. So only chat members can create new messages, right? Only members of the chat can add messages. So we first need to get that room. So how we get the room? In Firestore we have this get function that's going to get information from other parts of the database, which is really handy for this. So we need just to provide this path. So we are accessing the databases, then this database that we are accessing from this custom thing, and then we are just accessing the documents. Then we have the rooms, and then we have the room ID. And how we know the room ID? So we do know the room ID is if this is here, right? This is present here, so this variable we do have access because it's part of the path. So we can just grab that and pass it here, and then we can access the data and then the participants array. So that's how we are getting the room and making sure that the user belongs to this room. So, and then we have read. So the user can read to this, and here we're having this rule because the first time that the user creates a room,
and the listener is going to be active for the messages sub-collection, so it's going to run into an error. So if the room does not exist yet, so they can read to this messages collection, if that makes sense. So it's just only because the first time is going to throw an error, so that's why we have that. And that's okay, we're not breaking any security rule because the room does not exist, but they can read to the sub-collection that does not exist, if that makes sense. And then what we have here is we're passing the room ID, and we have this exist room function is really similar to this one, but this function, but instead of having this get method, we have this exist method, and this exists is just returns a boolean, making sure that this exists. So if that's true, they can read, or otherwise, if the room exists, so they need to be a chat member. So they need to, and it's exactly the same that we have here. So that's the rules that we have, and then we are not allowing the user to update the messages, so they cannot, well, it can be a feature that they can edit messages, but you know, in WhatsApp you can do that. And they can't also delete messages, so that's another rule. Yeah, that's how this is working. So I'm just showing you to use, so you know how this works. So that's the rules that we have. I'm just going to publish this, but yeah, it doesn't matter. So that's the rules that we have for firestore, but we also need rules for storage. So those rules are kind of similar, but we need to protect the storage, right? It cannot be open to anyone. So let me show you how we do that. Okay, so for the storage rules, you need to click here in storage in the console, and then go to rules, and these are the rules that we're going to have. So these rules are way simpler than the other ones. We don't need much security here, but let me show you what we have. So the structure is very similar to the other one. So we also have like a list of buckets. We have a specific bucket, and here we need to match a specific path. So we have one for the profile pictures and one for the room images. So what we need for the profile pictures, so we are just setting images, then we have the user ID that's going to be variable, and the profile picture name is always going to be the same, so that's why it's not a variable. It's just the path that we defined before. So everyone can read from the user images, right? That's the rule that we need for this. So it's the same as we had before. So we don't have a function for this, but because it's just going to be this is not going to be very useful. And then everyone can write to this if they request that UID equals the same as this user ID path. So that's the rule for this. And in that way we make sure that we're making sure that every user has the right access to write to the specific user ID profile picture. Then for the rooms, I don't know if you remember that we had this like email hash that is just a string that has both emails of the participants. So this is the room ID. And what we are doing is just making sure that the email from the request below is part of that email hash that we have. And because it's a string, we're just splitting that string into two segments. This is going to be an array, and for that we use the split method that we have access here. So that divides that in two items, and we are just making sure that one of those items is the email from the request. So that's all we need for this. So yeah, that's basically it for reference for these rules. Just make sure to grab the final project. These rules are going to be there, and also you can deploy these rules if you don't want them to have it like this. You can have them in code, if that's possible, but you need to use the Firebase CLI for that. Just be aware of that. So yeah, thank you so much for watching. If you made it this far, congratulations. It was a lot of a really large project. So congratulations, and make sure to stay tuned for more projects. Thank you again for watching. make sure to support the channel. And yeah, that's all for this video. Bye.